Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is day 15. I just saw Kathy Rustin post the link, so I'm assuming we have no issues today. Court is going to be back in session and we'll finish this roller coaster ride. Good morning, everyone. So happy for everyone that is already here. Good morning, Summer. Hey, Summer. Hey, Sugar. Good morning. She said, good morning to everyone. I ain't messing with nobody that was on the live last night. Me either, Sugar. I guess we are one and the same today. Good morning, Miss Sheila. How are you doing today? Good morning. Hey, Sugar. Well, Sugar again. Good morning, Jazz. How are you? Good morning, Vitra. Hey, Sherika. Good morning, Tiffany. Good morning, Shanda. Hey, India. Court is this morning, child. Court is this morning. I'm mad y'all let me stay on that line to 2:30. But we gonna leave that alone. Good morning, Brianna. Good morning, Missy. Hey, DJ Mommy. Hey, Rochelle. Good morning, Jasmine. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, Haley. Hey, Autumn. Good morning. Hey, Carol. Good morning, T. Hey, Keisha. Good morning, Alicia C. Good morning, Fatima. Hey, Sharon. Good morning. Hey, Rita. Good morning, Miss Kira. Good morning, Brianna. She said, I'm tired. Am I tired? Yes. But was I singing and cackling when I was getting ready to get on this camera? Yes, again. Proves again, I love my job. I said, I can't see me being this excited to go to those three-letter people at all. But hey, here we are. Good morning, Sundrop. Hey, Cass. Good morning. Good morning, Sassy. Hey, Emmy. Good morning, Miss Cherie. Hey, 504 girl. Good morning, Karen. Hey, Princess. Hey, Kate Coddle. Good morning, Crystal Glaze. How are you? Mel, you didn't want to use your PTO for this morning. No, friend. I was like, I'm going to be on there and I'm going to be on time. Good morning, Niara. Hey, Dee Dee. Hey, Siobhan. Good morning, Phoenix. Hey, Gina. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, Nisha. Hey, Lexi. Good morning. Good morning, Too Pretty. Thank you so much. Good morning. Hey, Ronnie. Hey, Tasha. Make sure you liking the live on your way in, guys. Good morning, Crystal Jackson. Hey, Sonia. Good morning, Miss Cutie Pie Girl. Hey, Sleepy. Hey, Tabs. Good morning. Yes, Brianna, I was a minute early, boo. Yeah. Too pretty. Why you say you don't know if we have court? I saw Kathy post the link. Hey, Jabria. Hey, Tracy. Good morning, pretty girl Rock. Hey, Tati. Good morning. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Destin. Good morning, Claudia. Hey, Fanique. Good morning, Nicola. Missy said I missed everything. Missy, I definitely think I said something about you last night. I can't remember what we were talking about though. Good morning, Tay. Hey, Miss Dreads. Good morning, Ramel. Hey, Kaylin. Hey, T Lynn. How are you ladies doing today? Hey, Kels. Good morning. Good morning, Chatty. Hey, Tam. Hey, Miss Eyes. Hey, Ebony. Hey, Miss Mika. Good morning, Kiera. Hey, Debbie. How are you, Debbie? You up early. You said you in Cali. You are up early over there. Ash, not the long good morning. Did you make it to work okay last night? I mean, this morning. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning. We have a lot to discuss today. Well, I'm interested to see where the Commonwealth is going to go because we've had this break. So, what are they going to do? Inchy to see it. Yuri's Webster's dictionary is hilarious. Good morning. Hey, Laura. Good morning, T. Friend. Good morning, Chelsea. Hey, Shalon. Hey, Lady J. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Stephanie. This is Stephanie Webb. Glad that phone went off. Let me put my stuff on Do Not Disturb. Turn my volume off on my phone. Good morning, Latrice. Is it Latricia? Latricia. It's one of the two. Good morning, Dania. How are you? Good morning. I hope you guys are liking the live as you guys come in. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Felonia. How are you? Jasmine said John's niece and nephew might testify today. If they do, we won't hear or see them. Yes, it'll be like the last time. Oh, okay, pretty. Okay, thank you. Hey, Sonia. Hey, Molly. Good morning, sunny days. Hey, Skin Tone. How are you? She said, I'm fighting for my life this morning. Sleepy as hell. Glad I work from home. I'm glad you work from home too. I don't know. I think it's my little nap that I had because y'all know we didn't have court. Maybe that's why. Because I'm feeling okay this morning. Hey, Bia. Good morning. Good morning, Heather. Good morning, Jenny D. Good morning, Nurse K. Hey, D Reese. Hey, LaShunday. How are you? Hey, Aunt Daff. How are you? Good morning, Gwen. Phoenix said I left y'all at 12ish. 2:30 is crazy. And we were just on there talking. I mean, it was nothing important. It ain't like we was trying to find something. I mean, just on there chit-chatting. That's it. Bia said, I went to sleep with y'all in the background last night, woke up and heard a deep ass voice. Almost scared me. Bia, I thought you meant after we got off live, you heard a deep ass voice. That's hilarious. You haven't been to sleep, Ash. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, Shavana. Hey, Jasmine. Good morning, Mia. Missy, it was nothing bad. I was probably trying to talk about something that has happened on a previous live and saying, I know Missy saw it. Missy, are you in here? It was probably something like that. It was nothing bad. I don't have anything bad to say about anyone in this community, okay? Hey, Jalen, good morning. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the mods that are in the chat. I hope you guys are having an amazing day, and I thank you. Good morning, Day. Hey, Drea, sorry. Hey, Kay, good morning. Kay, everybody on the live, have y'all been seeing all this drama about, oh my God, let me just say this before I talk about the drama. Why do y'all want to find this deep, thought out conspiracy so bad in this case? I just don't think you're going to find that. Someone said that's not Brian Higgins. That is Brian Albert. Do y'all think that these people, after they just murdered someone, would send Brian Higgins, who does not work for Canton PD and should not be on any camera in Canton PD? Y'all think they'd send him in Canton PD? Now, if it come out that's that man, okay, but I just can't see it, y'all. That body looked like Brian Higgins. Hey, Lily. That body looked like oh my God, that's not the same sweatshirt. One picture, in my opinion, looked like the hoodie was covering some of the words. I don't know. But when I tell you, can't read about driving me crazy. We had Shoegate. Now we got Brian Albert Brian. I mean, it's a lot. Hey, Tasha. I'm tired. Good morning, Amanda. Everything can't be a conspiracy. When I tell you this trial is driving people insane. Hey, Kiara. Good morning. Good morning, Existence. Hey, Felicia. She said, are we all fighting for our life? I was 30 minutes late and still feel like quitting. Don't quit that job, friend. Don't quit that job. Gina, you didn't miss anything on that live. Nothing but foolishness. Nothing but foolishness. Hey, Kiara. Nothing but foolishness on there. You're okay, friend. Good morning, Caitlin. Hey, Patrice. Hey, Ashley. Okay, they said Karen just walked into court. It's 8:53 too. Good morning, love thyself. Good morning, T. Good morning, Erica. Good morning, Forrest. Forrest said game on. Karen just drove by. Thank you and good morning. I was trying to find something. I just can't remember what it was. You folded them clothes, and I'm proud of you, friend. I'm happy that we could be your support, and you got them damn clothes folded. I love it. Hey, Ken. Let me tell y'all, I'm just tired. You know, I didn't watch the case last year. We watched it together, so I was asking questions, but you were not getting the foolishness I see on that thing every day. I'm just like, okay, this case is driving people insane. Everything is not a conspiracy. We don't know what happened to this man. I mean, there are 11 theories about what happened to him. And I'm talking about people go in. I am still not understanding why that shoe cost as much hell on X as it did. I just don't know. It was Higgy. Look at that. That body looked just like Higgy's. Brian can't fake that. I mean, it's just like, Lord, when I tell you, it is hard. It is hard. I don't know if you in here, but I'm about to talk about you. Somebody last night said, Mel, do you want to hear my theory about the dog? It was 2:00 in the morning. It was 2:00 in the morning. She said, Mel, you want to hear my theory about the dog? Now I'm gonna listen to your theory, but goddamn, it is 2 in the morning. That case driving us crazy. That case driving us crazy, y'all. It is driving us crazy. I think that was Brian Higgins' child. Hold up. That was Brian Higgins, y'all. That was that man. Good morning, sunshine. That was that man. Good morning, OLM. New company. Oh, Crystal. If new company means new job, congratulations. Good morning, Jaleesa. Good morning. Good morning, Monet. Jaleesa, we were talking about you last night. We were talking about when Erica cut that chat off. And I had to call you and say, please help us get the chat back. Good morning, Carsley. Summer, we see your comments. I spoke to you. I spoke to you first this morning. Good morning, Tasman. How are you? Jaleesa. The Diddy conversation is crazy, okay? Good morning, Gariel. Diddy conversation is crazy. It is crazy. Thank you so much. Hey, Berta, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, friend. It's early. Good morning. She said, remember, it's putting out false information to muddy the waters. And if they're, okay. That makes sense for us because I'm just not understanding why it's so foolish out there in them can't read streets. Those can't read streets are crazy. Do you hear me? They are crazy. Good morning, Alex. How are you this morning? Hold on. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Good morning, Brashana. How are you? Hey, Nicole. Oh, Brita, we love you back. Thank you for being here. We truly appreciate it. Good morning, Latanya. How are you? Let me tell you, Jaleesa, when it comes to the Diddy case, my homegirl's like, man, are you going to be watching? I said, listen, I am going to be keeping up as much as I can. Didn't really plan on it. But yesterday it was so crazy. So I guess during lunch, we'll try to see what updates are going on during the Diddy trial. And we'll discuss it. But I think I'm not understanding why. I'm not understanding. I think there is a line drawn when it comes to people who believe Cassie and who don't, who see her as a victim and who don't. So it's really interesting to see how the rest of the case will play out because it's day 2. And you kind of already see some people have already formed their opinion. For me, I'm like, I'm ready to see what more we have there. Jasmine, it is really crazy. It's a lot to take, and it's not even the freaky aspect of it, right? Okay, people have been freaky the hell for millions of years. It's not that. It is in a relationship. When does it go from a relationship who likes to experiment sexually to a person who is being forced to do things, right? To when does a person become a victim in a relationship? Melanie, am I safe over here yet. Key, we'll deal with you in a little. I think Jaleesa, the golden showers and choking on it was crazy. Was crazy for me. It was crazy. I think well, the sex stuff is evidence. I think we have to, and I think the y'all, they're leading up, right? This is day 2. We don't even have all of the evidence. This is day 2. Oh, the DDG stuff, Jaleesa. I was making my tea this morning and literally told myself I'd like to take an emotional intelligence class. Just because I was like, this is happening way too frequently. Good morning, fam. That young man, any young man with a lot of money who really didn't, I don't know how he grew up, okay? But I know that he's an African American man with a lot of money. He needs to take an emotional intelligence class. Because I mean, seeing him on a regular, but I would need to make sure my son is in one. I mean, because he has messed up. He's done so well for himself. And the crazy, not the good thing, but they're going to be his fans who will still support him because they don't care for Hallie. But he is going to take a hit. He needs to take, men period need to take emotional intelligence classes, especially if you grew up in the hood. You know, you just have to. India, and here's the thing, I don't follow them enough to say that they do crazy stuff. I mean, I watched some of DDG's content. I haven't watched it in a while, but I have seen it, and I really appreciated the dynamic, right? He was able to help his family out. Everybody's self-sufficient. They're all making money. I love when I see stuff like that because that's what it's about. But you cannot put your hands on people. You just cannot put your hands on people. You really can't. Yeah, Key. You cannot put your hands on people. I mean, hey, Trista, you have got to have a mindset, especially it sounds like you just mad and feeling away. You cannot do that shit. You cannot do that shit. Let me pull up the stream. You cannot do that. And, you know, for me, he needs to figure out how to fix that so that it never happens again. You just can't do stuff like that. I mean, baby, that is my worst fear. Well, not worst, because falling downstairs and breaking my legs has to be another fear of mine. But being hit by a man, like, no, I just don't want that. No, I'm hearing women, you see women, I keep my hands to myself, you keep yours to yours, okay? We don't have to do that. So it bothers me. Good morning, Gibson girl. I really hate seeing that. Sometimes I'm just not like, I don't know. Maybe I'm nice. I don't know. When I saw people celebrating that Tory Lanez had been stabbed, I'm just like, who? I'm just like, damn. Okay. I asked someone online, was he found guilty for shooting Megan? Because I didn't know. I hear conflicting reports. I didn't watch the case. They said, yes, he was. I said, okay. If he went to jail, why isn't jail enough for y'all? Y'all want him to die too. Y'all don't even know that woman. Why does he have to die as well? The man went to jail. Another example, and I always say this to this day. Why the hell did Kelsey need immunity? I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what happened. Hell, sometimes I think they don't know what happened. But I'm not sitting here celebrating some man being stabbed. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. Like, he went to jail. That is his punishment. Everything after that, Come on now, y'all. See, now Ash, Ash, you sound like my friend. And what I told my friend was, none of us are in these people's shoes. None of us are in their shoes. So like, we can't tell the person when's the right time, when's not the right time. So wait a minute. Is this Too Pretty Junior? She said, if you like the yapping, exit out and get to tapping that thumbs up. Is this Too Pretty Junior? Hold on. Who was drunk, India? Yeah, I didn't like that. But I mean, hey, I think the man went to jail. That is his punishment for the crime he committed. Wishing that he was dead is crazy. I was just like, okay, wait a minute. I think what people don't understand, wishing death on a person can really turn to you. You out here wishing he dead whole time. Somebody in your family could be gone because you wishing that on him. No, no, that's just I'm just never gonna be that person. Wait a minute, Ashley, whose team is having a press conference? Whose team, girl? Tell me. The whole situation with Hallie, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't give a damn. I think she did the right thing. She's a public figure. He's a public figure. Do I wish they could have worked it out? Stay away from me, stay away from you. Yeah, because they both are huge people. But if, and I was going through this today, I'm like, man, maybe she really did feel scared. Baby, if you feel scared and this is what I need to do, baby, do what you need to do. Who am I to tell you anything? I'm not in your shoes. I have never been around a man that makes me feel where I need to go to the police. That's Melanie, right? We break up, we done. Clearly, that man in her damn room may have scared. I saw someone put the order out. I was scared to click the link because I don't know them and it was a Google Drive. But I saw someone posting a picture from my home when I am not there. It's scary. You really cannot play with your life. You have a child. You can't play. Oh, Autumn, thank you. Thank you for that. I just think, I don't know. But this is why my people say I'm too nice and stuff like that. But I just, I just, I don't know. I don't see things exactly like a lot of people see them. And the Tory situation is so iffy to me. I didn't watch the case. I wish I did though. I wish I watched the case so that I could elaborate more, but I did not watch the case. I can only go by what I saw online. And it really didn't feel like, I don't know. I didn't watch. I wish I could have watched Cross. I wish I could have watched more. Yeah, you just listen. I just think if that lady felt like she was threatened for her life, she did the appropriate thing. At the end of the day, she has to stay alive for her and her son. And hopefully this teaches DDG a lesson. Keep your damn hands to yourself and act like you are a public figure. Like you just can't go around doing shit like this. And there are no consequences. I don't feel bad for him because he made a mistake. I can't feel bad. He made the mistake. He's too old to have done something like Chip. Let me tell you something. Speaking of him, I really love my teeth. Okay. Now, I need to wear my retainer a little more, okay? But I love my teeth. I do. I love teeth, okay? I'm very big on going to that dentist twice a year, making sure your teeth are in, baby, he chipped that girl damn teeth. I mean, tooth. I said, now, wait a minute now. You chipped her tooth? If that's how we got chipped, because this is all alleged, okay? Mm-mm. Shavonna, now I got to look at it. I've got to look at it. Literally, someone told me yesterday, someone I talked to all the time on X, said he was found guilty for shooting her. See, now I'm pissed. She said it's him versus one gorilla. Key, please stop. Please stop. He seemed like I don't know. He seemed like a good kid. I didn't get it, but I see that he's not well liked. He chipped her tooth, baby. And I was like, now you just look, sir. Why you have to chip that lady's tooth? If that's what happened, it's all alleged, guys. This is just what was in the report. Yeah, I got now I can't trust it. Now I've got to find Tory Lane's I'm gonna ask Aaron to get the 411 for me. I don't know what Tory's charges were, and I don't know what he was found guilty for. But now I see, hey, Good Glow, I gotta look the shit up for myself. I've been told two different things. I don't know if he was found guilty for shooting her. Somebody told me he was found guilty on all charges. You guys in the chat saying he was just around the firearm. That's what I've heard online. Now I gotta see for myself. I've got to see for myself. But either way, I just still don't see what warrants people wishing the man died. I've seen people make jokes that say they should have gotten a better stabber, I think is what it said. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Y'all do know once the man's life is gone, it's gone. It's gone. He's gone to jail. Just imagine. I'm not gonna go there. He's gone to jail. Yes, Key. I found it. Well, I didn't find the video. Erica, Pretty sent me the video from court, and then Erica ended up sending me the actual YouTube video. I sent it to him. So yes, I don't know. I thought it was like 10, Alex. Ash, and I'm not mad at you. Okay. I'm not mad at you, okay? Not at all. I just think, I don't know. It feels like there's sometimes people just don't understand. I feel like that's why so many people are dying in our hoods, right? I don't think people understand the concept of death for real. They don't care. There's no value to life. And damn, the man is in jail. Now, Ron, thank you for the super chat. Ronnie said, y'all be screaming best chat ever, and we love you, Mel, but not enough to like the damn live. Or y'all just lazy. Hit the like button for Ronnie, please. Because did she not just read the chat? Hold up. I also feel Meg went through it. People was making songs about her foot, saying he missed. Like those. I'm sure that bothered her, Brianna. I'm sure I'm sure. Now I'm going to say this about Megan. I have my thoughts about that whole situation, but what I will never condone is all of the taunting that was done to her, harassing her. I don't think that should have been done. I just don't understand people being so invested in what happened that you will just sit online and harass these people. That's a problem. So what happened, Ashley? I don't know what happened then. You know what? I haven't seen She was a victim. I haven't seen Megan's documentary. I haven't seen it before. I don't think I'll probably ever watch it. I I just think the whole situation when it comes to her and Tori, I think it could have been handled better on both ends as far as their PR teams. As far as their PR teams are concerned, I think it could have been handled better. The man is in jail. He's doing time for the crime. Okay. He's doing time for the crime. What I will say is that I am aware that she lost her mom, and maybe that explains why maybe that explains the reason I won't watch the documentary, y'all, is because of course it's going to be from her point of view. I don't have his point of view to also look at. And I've seen some people debunk some things that she said in the documentary. Again, I don't think the PR teams handled it well. I just don't. It's just like court, guys. Okay, I'm gonna say this. It's just like court. I feel like when the story initially broke, and this is just me going from her. This is from me just going from what I saw online. When the story initially broke, if you are looking at a credible witness, okay. If you're looking at a credible witness, I just felt like if we could have been honest in the beginning of when everything was happening, then I'd be like, okay. The story just never made sense to me. Still doesn't. As far as her friend, I'm gonna have to watch the trial. I would have to watch the trial. I don't want to watch. I don't. I'm gonna have to watch the trial because Mariah hates when I talk about this. I don't know, Birch. I don't know that, but see, I don't know those things, and that's why I have to like watch myself. I didn't watch everything around this because I was just like, okay, I didn't see everything. Mariah hates me to talk about it because I she'd be like, "Mama," it's like, no, it's almost like this case. Who did it? Who did it? I need to watch the. I need to watch the trial. Yep, and it was federal. I do remember that because I think that's where where I started seeing Megan Kuna for life. I started seeing the hey and that. Ash, here you can't block us about Meg. You cannot do that. I haven't seen everything. I would, and I honestly, I just be like, it's been so long ago. I haven't seen it. It's been so long ago. I didn't keep up with it like that to know. No, they're talking about the documentary, guys. Me watching her doc. Lynn, I don't know if he did it. You get what I'm saying? And I didn't watch the case, so I don't know what came out during trial. But, and maybe y'all can explain it. Yeah, first of all, Merch, the reason I didn't believe that the whole Kelsey didn't do it is him or Kelsey. And if you going on some I don't snitch type, if you that, yes, he gonna say it. What, Lady Key? But Kellen, I need to see what the man went to jail for. Because somebody last night told me on X he did. Oh, Didi, I don't know. Hey, Ashley. I don't know. Like, I need to see y'all. Now, existence, I don't know how that can happen. Hey, Jasmine. Did not do it herself.
Right, so Mr. Clerk, you say council wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
And Tam, that's true too. If he took the charges for Kelsey, then that's on him. I agree. The story did not add up for me, and I never saw a reason for her friend. I mean, was it going to be obstruction? What were going to be her charges for her to have immunity? What did she need it for? That's all I'm saying, y'all. I need to look at it again. know, Merch. I don't know who to believe. That's my problem. I don't know who to believe. But why did Kelsey need immunity? Again, I didn't follow the case because I thought it was too messy. I didn't follow a lot of stuff that was going on with it. And I think I can't remember when her case was going on, but it was her case in 2023, y'all. If her case was in 2023, then I know why I wasn't watching it. But I would like to Key talking about don't nobody look sick to me. Key, please stop it. His fingerprints weren't even on the gun. Meg can't help. Meg can't help that. No, not Megan. I thought Kelsey had it merged. See, now we need to go down a hole. I was in 2020. Okay. We need to go down a rabbit hole because I don't know all of the facts. This is just from what I saw during that time. Well, Tay, that almost sounds like he was convicted of shooting her. What was it? Was it another charge or something? Somebody was saying, "Oh my God, I think Karen's dad did." I said, "Lord, not they done killed Mr. Reed." Danae, here's the thing. I don't care about her being honest with sleeping with him. Just like when we're watching these trials, it's no different. If you lie about something that small, then it's like, dang, well, did you lie about something else? I think that's what people are. Nobody cares about her sleeping with him. It goes to the credibility of the witness. Just like y'all, we watch court. What did we say? Why would Yuri say he didn't see Trooper Proctor's report, his annual, whatever it was? He saw it. He's a supervisor. It just goes toward the credibility of a witness. And that's all I'm saying, y'all. I don't care if she slept with that man or not. But again, just like we judge anyone else's credibility, if you lie about something this small, what else would you lie about? That's what I'm saying. Not judging on the lens. I didn't understand why. It's just like what we say about Trooper Proctor. You got to bite the bullet. You got to bite the damn bullet, y'all. Because it happened. Somebody's going to find. You got to just bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. Merch, and that's fine. I just think I would probably, like, especially seeing people say they wish he died. I'm like, damn, I wish I knew more about the case to form a more educated opinion about what happened that night. I just, again, I think people take the whole sleep on her like, oh, that means she lied on him. I just think it goes towards her credibility. That's all. That's it. But Tam, if you are a celebrity where your lie can easily come out, shit, you got to admit it, baby. You got to admit it. It's going to come out. You too big. You too big. That's just like if DDG comes out and wants to deny whatever is on Hallie's Ring camera, baby, you can't do that. The girl got a Ring camera. Come on now. And Didi didn't say that. I say that we got drunk, and him too, not excluding him. Way too much fucking liquor. You do not need to have liquor around any type of weapons. It's never going to end well. And Brianna, I'm okay with this. Doesn't move you one bit. I'm okay with that. Like, I listened to Tori's music. I think I listened to one album. Well, maybe one album. So when all of this happened, I think I just really found out who he was. And then the COVID stuff happened. But I saw it. I was just like, dang, that's messed up. And went on about my day. I'm not tore up about him. Right? I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm tore up. I'm not. I hate it happen. I hope he's okay. But that's all I can say. I'm not around here wishing the man died. Pretty. I'm also not being asked about my body count. Lord Jesus, I'm gonna tell y'all, my memory's so fucked up. I hope I could remember. Don't ask me from nobody about 25 years ago. How am I? Yeah, don't ask me. Don't ask me. I won't know. 20 years ago, I won't know. It'll get out anyway. I just think the PR team just messed up right there. But not this lady talking about I'm real proud of mine. And let's talk about DDG gonna be sounding like really. I hope not. I really do hope that DDG, like, he needs to learn from this. He needs to learn. He really needs to. You got to control yourself, baby. You can't control another person. And Jaleesa, I love that. Jaleesa, I think the whole situation was messy. The whole, and I think there's something else that turned me off about everything. The whole situation is messy. It's messy, and I think it's just messy. It was something bound to happen. Not her being shot, right? Obviously, I'm never wanting that to happen, but it feels like something bad was bound to happen with the dynamics of the relationship. If it's what people said it was, if it's what people said it was bound to happen. Even though I don't agree with him one day, I think folks like him. Oh, Meg, that's understandable. You cannot like the man. I get that. I'm gonna tell y'all, I can't stand academics. I just, oh my God, he's a disgusting human being. Okay. I saw a clip recently of Vince. No, what's the damn man? He from Chicago, light-skinned rapper, was telling him how he makes money off of the pain in Chicago. I can't stand academics. I can't stand it. Jaleesa probably with Gemma James walking, sitting outside her hotel rooms. Danae, I don't know if I heard him. No, not 13. It wasn't 13. I'm sorry. But I can't stand him. But I'm gonna tell you, if academics were to go today, I'm not gonna be celebrating it. I'm not gonna utter the words, that's what he get. No. Now, if somebody walk up and slap him, I might say those words. But that's it. But I'm not wishing anything bad happened to him. Zakia, someone had that on X yesterday that Ruby Rose had also said he did something similar to her. Key, I'm still concerned, and I'm not going to tell you this morning when I was in the mirror doing my hair and stuff, I was like, that man said he thought he was a man at 12. I was like, dang, man, people really live a different life than us. It wasn't Ben Staples. It's the lights. He's on the Shy. I don't like AK. I think it's not Ben Staples. Let me see if y'all say his name.
All right, to the court, please.
Vic Mensa. Yes, baby. It was so real. I was like, I know that's right. Hey, kids. Vic Mensa. Oh, that's who it was. When I tell y'all he was so chill with it. AK was like, I get a lot of love in Chicago. He was like, not the real Chicago. I mean, it was really good. It was Vic Mensa. That's him. It was so good, but I was so happy he did that because I don't think it's funny what AK is doing. I don't think it's funny. Somebody was talking about that one day. They had this documentary out, like who he is, and I'm just like, why did he think it was funny to laugh at the pain people are going through in the inner city? I'm not mad about what he does, right? He has used his voice to build a platform, but damn, why do you have to use it to egg on beefs that you like? It bothers me. Oh, Paris, this had to be, hey Shalea, this had to be everybody's favorite quote in the comments. Big Miss was like, I think you're a bitch. AK said, in what sense? I said, oh my God, like that was so funny. Oh, that was so funny. Stephanie, I don't know where Karen went. That was so funny, but AK is just not one of my people. I just feel like you can use your platforms for something better than what you're using it for. But and sometimes I think it goes back to when you don't grow up in America, when you don't really maybe you don't resonate with what's going on. You don't care. I didn't grow up in the same hood Duke grew up in, but I'm like genuinely like, damn, that's what be going on. Hell, I got cousins. I didn't grow up in the same hood they grow up in, but if I get to a point I can give back, I'm going right back to those same hoods. Not to like egg nothing on. My Facebook full of women losing their sons in Memphis. That is not good. Oh, okay. Anna, I'm not sure. How y'all know the kids coming exactly today? Because I think I saw Jasmine say that. Key, my hood just don't look like my hood. It definitely doesn't look like that, man. Now I'm almost questioning, do I need to call it a hood? I mean, I need to talk about this. I'm gonna have to call my sister and say, hey, am I thinking of the same place? Oh, there was a word on the street yesterday. Okay. Man, I just don't know what the problem is with AK. I don't know what the problem is. No, y'all. Hey, Krona. I'm really, y'all, when I hear some of their stories, I'm like, that's not my experience. That's not my experience, child. Hey, Sophie. Safi, I'm sorry. Good morning, Sharonda. Hey, Nene. Oh, Dee, that makes sense. And Key, I can't sit here and act like I'm not waiting for that. You don't have to hurt him bad, but he needs to understand it is not a game out here. You are talking about people's real lives. Stop. Mm-mm. Missy on here, but Missy, who you on here butt blocking? Key, and he needs to because he really goes too far. AK goes too far. He goes too far. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning. So it's been a great morning so far. Court, I don't know what's going on. It's 9:30. Well, Kay, he's got to regroup. He's got to regroup. Hey, Sarah. He's got to regroup. He's got to regroup some way. And I think the best way for him is, I guess he's saying the kids. But what is he using these kids for? Paris, I just think AK does too much when it comes to women, period. Period. He just does too much, but I just think he hasn't been checked, so that's why he keeps playing. That's the sympathy. That's exactly what it is. Forrest said, "Can I get an FU Bev from Key?" AK just cussed Lauren LaRosa out on X. What the hell he cussed Lauren out for? Right now, I just think why would you want to put the kids through that? Lynn, I agree. I still don't see jealous girlfriend, Nikki. Do you see that? I don't see jealous girlfriend yet. Yes, Erica, that was another good one. That was another good one. I just think you should leave the kids out of it. Brianna talking about somebody said male is their comfort noise. So maybe you didn't hear us, but like the live. I see fed up girlfriend, me too existence. Me too. I just think I don't really know where Hank is going with everything, but it doesn't feel, in my opinion, that he has shown me enough to make me feel like Karen was some jealous ex. It like I have not felt that yet. Ooh, Missy. Key, why would they come out the bushes and just start saying anything? Just start saying everything. Just start saying anything. Are we at 350? Tory Lanez is having a press conference today. Yes, Emily, he having a press conference today about what? Black Sheep, I don't see the jealous girlfriend. Good morning, Kaylin. I don't see a jealous girlfriend. Natasha, remember it was like, I think it's Peggy and their other grandparents. I think they all have it together. And I want to say someone said Peggy and the grandfather moved into One Meadows. Well, T-Friend, that's what they're going to do. That's all they want to do. They just want to show that they saw that it wasn't great, but I don't I don't care about that. It doesn't move me. The person who did the carpets for the Alberts said all of these married couples are known swingers. Maybe that's where the swingers thing came from. Okay, looks like they coming up. Hey, King Jiggy, please like the live, guys. I appreciate trying to get to 350. Key, I don't know where that man was. I don't know what was going on with that man.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open.
What?
You may be seated.
In the stabbing, Lexi, or the
Good morning
case?
again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here?
It looks moisturized,
Everyone said
Lisa.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would like to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
It is worse today, y'all. Let's see what he plays this time. Y'all see he hadn't been playing that one from 2 months ago.
There's innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date element to it. Is that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
What the hell, Hank?
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
What? He stopped playing.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian.
Stop playing.
And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure.
That was just ignorant, Hank. And this just looks stupid.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your
See,
next?
you are
Our next
not
witness is a
serious.
juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
That really just annoyed me so bad. That's Denise. Good morning, Lisa. Key, are you playing? Just make sure you're playing. Oh, that's Denise. Okay, so they got them first thing in the morning. And Black Sheep, the clips don't even make sense. Paris, go ahead, go to Pilates and have a good time. Oh, okay, Keith. India, please. I see this is why I be saying don't be in there playing, because people don't know that we're playing or joking, and then they're gonna take it seriously. Yes, Dan. No one can hear it. Hey, Shayla. No, you didn't, Crystal. You won't miss anything. The kids are going to be testifying. T, nosy bystander. I said she must. How do she, like she just be scrolling? How you get all the mess that's going on online? She was talking about Santana and his boyfriend. If I were him, I wouldn't cross them. Black Sheep.
Latan is live from Dedham Max for the Karen Reed trial.
The first clip, she was talking about how John was basically like, she's the best girl he's ever had and they won't break up. The next clip was again about their relationship. And would he have been mad? I think if you saw the text messages. Key, have Mariah go report the page 11 million times. Alice, I have been wondering what is the best way for me to do that, because sometimes I do get that. I get it. I do get that. Who was the source existence? I'm not even gonna respond. I'm not gonna respond to Key. Not gonna respond to them. No, pretty. I need to do something else. That won't help. That won't help. Yes, Missy. Maybe that won't help. I don't know. I do. Alice, Key, I don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes when I'm looking at TikTok live, sometimes my phone gets blurry, and then my vision, it's like it messes up. I don't know. It messes up sometimes. Aren't the kids over 18? No. I think, are they not 13 and 16? I feel like that's their ages now, 13 and 16 years old. Yes, Key. I like, sometimes I'm like, y'all will be saying stuff on the TikTok live, and like literally I can't read it. I can't read it. Hey, Shanny. So I'm just gonna figure out, it's probably time for a new prescription because I've had these for a while. So I think it's just time for a new prescription. That's it. No, I just can't see, period, Brianna. I just don't know why my glasses seem to not work sometimes on TikTok live. It's just, What request, Key? Yes, the kids are going to be testifying. Merch, we be in there chilling on TikTok live. Somebody said I had on Dollar General readers. Someone said I had on Dollar General readers. It's time for me to get a new prescription, Black Sheep. Thank you. Finally, someone who can see. You can make your live private on TikTok. How? Let me see. Let's test it out. Into the house without permission. Oops. Let me see how you make a private, and how do I know who's in it if I make it private? I'm looking on here now. How do I make it private? And if it's private, how do I know who can be on here? Remember when he first got them, they were like 3 and 6. I don't think they're grown. I want to say they said that baby was 16. You got to pick the people. Girl, don't tell me that. Don't tell me I can make my TikTok private. Hold up. I'm trying to see settings. Let me see. I sure hate to remove this person, but I must have accidentally made somebody a mod. I don't even know who this person is. They don't even have a name. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, I don't even know some of these mods. What was going on? If I'm removing you, I'm sorry. I just don't recognize the accounts. Probably so, Key. Child, listen, pretty. I don't know what I'm doing over. I don't know some of these accounts. Let me go over here and see who this is. Baby, I don't even know. I don't even know what was going on. Hold on, Erica. Erica, and you ain't told me a thing. Yes, Ebony. Okay, I think I know all the rest of them. But I still don't see how to make it. Hold on, y'all. Wait, y'all. Do y'all see Line Crime done switched it? Do y'all see what's on the screen right now? Dante, they're on a break right now. I did Pretty. TikTok. I'm talking about TikTok. Hold on. Y'all, they said for 20 years the defendant, with the help of his trusted inner circle. Damn, they didn't switch it that quick. Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. This case is about voluntary adult choices made by capable adults in consensual relationships. This is about his private sex life, but the evidence will show you that it is. Not one witness will get into this courtroom and will take the witness stand and tell you that they are a part of a racketeering influence, corrupt organization act enterprise. And the reason is simple. There was not one. Perhaps they did not always show love to one another the way you would with your partner, but they were in a relationship and she is not being trafficked. I'm going to stop it right there because y'all know how people were saying that this case not about Cassie, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, are people not understanding that they're saying she was trafficked as well? I'm like, are people not getting that they are alleging that she was a part of the trafficking? Maybe that video is not right there, right? But she's a part of the trafficking. That is what they are alleging. All right, it says this assault, they did call it an assault, happened almost 10 years ago on March 5th of 2016. But I want to start by saying two things. The video shows domestic violence and not sex trafficking. Okay. Sean Combs has a bad temper. Y'all see how they biting the bullet? Y'all see how they biting the bullet with him? We may as well go ahead and say it. He's a shitty man. Okay, well, I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm gonna let y'all chit chat. I'm reading it. She said he is not charged with being mean. He is not charged with being a jerk. I think she's doing a good job in the opening. Oh, it's on play, y'all. It's a voice reading it. Hold up.
When she started dating him.
Why the hell did nobody tell me sooner? Why the hell did nobody tell me sooner? Now the soul told me sooner. It's a voice reading it.
She is a capable, strong adult woman. She agreed, and they went to a private hotel room. Again, like a consensual threesome. And Combs would watch. We are telling you right now that he is physical, that he is a drug user, and I'm telling you he had a bit of a different sex life. Is that a federal crime? When you hear from the witnesses who testify here who will tell you they were victimized, and you ask yourself, what is their motive?
Oh,
For many of them, the answer is simple: money. We will not shy away from the things Mr. Combs did, but we will not own the things he did not do.
So that was a little sampling of what was shared with the jury
I
during
need
the
a little
all-important
more.
opening statements. Today is day number 3 of this case. It kicked off on Monday, and Cassie's testimony kicked off
Erica did.
on Tuesday. She is expected to be on the witness stand
Hey,
for
man, I ain't
most
like her.
of this week. She was not only Diddy's protege and artist, but became his girlfriend and was in a relationship with him for 10 years. Now she is married, has 2 daughters, and has another baby on the way. She is 8.5 months pregnant.
8.5
She testified to
months.
horrific instances of abuse where she was forced to engage in sex with male escorts while Diddy would watch and masturbate to the events. She testified.
Let me tell you something. I just know for a fact. Do they have any of you guys ever worked on TV? Did you hear? She said where he would watch and masturbate. She didn't have to say that word like that. Did y'all hear this lady?
Where she was forced to engage in
Look.
sex with male escorts while Diddy would watch and masturbate to the events. She testified to regular beatings and said that the freak-offs he would make her engage in became so frequent that they became like a job to her, and that her body would hurt so badly afterwards she would have to spend days recovering from them. Days. Think about
Where
that.
at you, girl?
Here's what we're gonna do.
Did y'all hear that woman? Y'all look at her. Whoever this lady is, she trying to put a little
frequent that they became like a job to her, and that her body would hurt so badly afterwards she would have to spend days recovering from them. Days. Think about that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to go live together to New York. Our Kelly Craft is on the ground there. This is Court TV Live. We are your front row seat to justice.
That lady said, think about it. Think about it. But Key, this is what I said. Who came up with the name Freak Offs? When I was reading yesterday, I said, Lord, we are really out here talking about freak offs. Whose idea was it to name it Freak Offs? Whose idea was it to name it Freak Offs? That is, it's just too much going on. It's too much going on. And I just, again, she said Julie is biased. I don't know who Julie is, but I'm going to tell you, I think I'm going to go back. Y'all know what I'm going to say about biasness. Sarah, I forgot. Oh, you talking about that, Papa. Hey, Rain Shower. Man, it probably will. That's a lot to sit there and have to talk about that while your son is on there. Mark said he's currently representing Diddy's mom and something else. Oh, wow. I don't even know Julia. I've never seen her before. Existence, I saw it. Read the banners. Hold on, let me move this so we can see it. Minor witness on the stand. It was initially fuck off in the lawsuits, but they had to change it to make it marketable from, oh. Well, Kay, I figured that's who it was, but I just never seen it before. Uh-oh, LaJoya. All Cassie thought about was that money. She stayed for 10 years and never left. This is how I imagine you saying it. And never left. Even though the door was always open. She was money hungry. But you got to work for that dirty money. A lot of people feel like that, friend. You are not alone in your thoughts. A lot of people feel this way. Again, I think I was saying this earlier. I think the line is really drawn in the sand. Is she a victim or is she not? I don't see why it's so hard, but there's a line. Some people don't believe she's a victim. Well, Chelsea, I think people, maybe they don't care, because I definitely saw her saying in court that man would take her phones and laptops and she would be on punishment. I definitely saw that. I said, do you do things like that to a person who is free to do whatever they want? I don't think people care that she was trying to leave in that video and he yanked her back and said, bitch, you ain't going nowhere. I don't think people care about that. Please tweet, Key. You will be arguing all day. Please tweet so that I can see, so I can be in your mentions. Well, Brandy, here's the thing we were reading it. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let's see if we can find it real quick. I wish Aaron was on here. Aaron was talking about the Manic yesterday. But there was something I filmed yesterday. Okay. I asked, what's the sex trafficking law? Specifically within the U.S., it criminalizes the use of force, fraud, or coercion to induce someone. Did y'all hear that word? Coercion. To induce someone into performing commercial sexual acts or causing a child to do so. Now, this is where I think we need to become more aware, right? We need to become more aware of how the law works. It encompasses a range of activities. That line right there, y'all, is what's scary. It encompasses a range of activities. Because I think what we consider, oh, that's normal, we don't know what that range of activities means. But it says including recruitment. First of all, y'all, what did Cassie say she was doing? What did Cassie say she was doing? She would go and find the strippers, the escorts. What is that? She's recruiting these people to become a part of whatever it is they have going on, right? Transportation. Did you pay to get the people to you? Did you pay for that? And it says, in harboring of individuals for the purpose of such acts. Her saying that she couldn't use her phones. She couldn't use her laptops. Y'all get what I'm saying? You know, for people saying, oh, she could have just left any time, it doesn't sound like she could. Doesn't sound like she could. It's all I'm saying. So I'm interested. And this is day 2, though, y'all. So this is day 2. So we'll have to keep watching. Me personally, I can see where they're going. Well, Jasmine, she look 4 days. First of all, y'all, women on here. 4 days. 4 days. I don't know, Emily. But you know, when Cross comes, if they gave her immunity, we'll hear about it. Kiki, we don't. Somebody said in my comment, y'all think everything is grooming, and I'm like, I hope that's a man and not a woman. Hey, Yates. Mel, do you think if the jury has the same questions after the trial, then it becomes reasonable doubt? On which trial, Ashley? Well, Lisa, the thing about the trafficking, that's the thing about the trafficking that I'm interested to see about when you say the consensual adults. When I'm reading this, I'm looking at all of these words. I can't wait to see how this case unfolds, because I do get that side. These are grown people, right? They were trying to do things, but there are laws out here. I tell the story again. I have a cousin. People think it's pimping. Listen, it's pimping, right? It's a man. It's a woman. They working together. but they get caught by the police. And so I don't go to jail now. I say I'm being trafficked. They were once consenting adults. Am I saying that this is not right? I'm not saying that. I am saying that he should have moved smarter. This is not the 90s. This isn't the early 2000s. You just can't do stuff like this. The Alex for what, Katie? He was also her boss. We have to remember that. There's a power. That's what Doug was saying last night. There's a power dynamic at play in their relationship. There was always a power dynamic, and you have to consider that as well. On a plane or in the car, knowing that they were coming to do. And that's why I'm interested to see, Key, because Lisa was just saying this too. These are consenting adults, right? So I'm interested to see how they lay out the trafficking. They just said it in the chat, Amanda. I didn't watch the Murdoch case. I watched a documentary on it, but I didn't watch the case. Kiki said, I don't think it's any possible way to move smarter when you're that evil and think you're larger than human life itself. And I do think that was his downfall. He felt like he couldn't be. I mean, there are a lot of men out there. It's not just him. I have to keep saying this. Child, it's not just Diddy. Any man in a position with money and power and just has things easily accessible to them, you'll see things like this. No, Jen is not. Khalees, this is old. This is Lauren Crime talking. Well, Dane, what you have to remember is what relationship are you talking about she was in? And we weren't, see, and here's the thing, now we're assuming if the lady said she didn't know what oral sex was, she didn't know what oral sex was. Who are we to say she did? Who are we to say? Oh, Ashley, I don't know, but it's day 2. This is too soon. I think we're forgetting it's day 2. You know? Missy, I was saying that Cassie is my age. I remember seeing her with him. I used to be like, damn, like, oh my gosh, she's living a life. Whole time, this was she was enduring. This confused her. Erica, I think she was saying she'd never done it before. That's what Cassie said. She was 21. She said that Diddy introduced her to that. I just think that, again, we are throwing our experiences on someone else. Just because you knew what it was at 21 doesn't mean that's something she did. Not saying she hadn't heard of it. She's saying introduce her. Maybe she'd never performed it. Maybe he taught her how. You get what I'm saying? It's not like she gave a whole lot of details in it. She just said, I didn't even know what or was. She could be talking about her receiving. It wasn't like they didn't have her elaborate, which I don't think she should have. But she didn't elaborate whether she was talking about herself or on performing it on a man. Y'all get what I'm saying? She didn't elaborate. Right? So we don't know what she was talking about. I agree, Amy. I think there are some things first of all, I think there are things with sex in general that has evolved. People speaking about sex so freely has evolved. Think about the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, 80s, 90s. You started to see a little, maybe 2000s it comes out more, where people are freely talk. I hear more goddamn sex talk than I've ever heard. When I say ever heard, when you go back and you see things. When you go back and see things, you can't. But I just don't think that I'm not gonna knock her for that. Victoria, that's my point. I just think some people, we forget that we come from different walks of life. Do y'all know I grew up in South Memphis? The 21-year-old on this live tells me shit all the time that I didn't know. Key, can you please back me up here? How many times does this chat have to tell me about something that many of you think I should know about? Many of you guys think, man, why you don't know that? We all come from different walks of life. So I think it's foolish for us to try to judge her based off what we think she should have known, should have done, because everybody's different. Key, thank you. Hey, Stephanie. Raynette said, I didn't get head into my mid-20s. I'm going to tell y'all something. And my mama might roll over in that grave, baby. My mama died. She was 65 years old. I remember asking my mom one day about, or I don't even know what we were talking about. Maybe I'm going to tell you exactly what she said because I can hear her saying it right now. She said, ain't nobody going to be licking on my cat. And I said, don't knock it till you try it. Messing with my mama. My mother had never experienced it before. I was like, never? I couldn't believe it. Never. There are people, listen, I'm telling you, my mama was 65, grew up in the 70s, graduated from high school in 1978 or something like that. Baby, she said she never had it before. And she ain't had no reason to lie to me. Anytime my mama called me, asked me where she's supposed to buy those thong things from, okay? I told my mom, I think you're too comfortable with me. I am your child. Call your friends and ask them about the thong. Don't call me. Call your friends, okay? Call your friends. But my whole point is, y'all, this is a woman, married everything. She never experienced it. So I don't think it's crazy. How was she with Ryan Leslie for years? The girl was like 17, 18. How was she with Ryan Leslie for years? She was about 17 or 18 when she met him. I think about 20 when she was signed. Oh, I love when y'all get here. Like you are the nastiest slut on earth, because she probably thought you were a slut after you told her that. Let's be real, T. She probably thought you were a slut. She probably still won't drink behind you. I'm telling you that. She probably said, Oral is a part of sex. It's not special anymore. That may be the case, but we're just going back debating on someone being at that age. I think it's totally possible. Stephanie, I told my mama, you got to talk to your friends. Don't call me, ask me anything like that anymore. Why does having a boyfriend mean your boy glitchy? I'm happy a man said it. Okay? I'm happy a man said it. Said one thing. She said, I saw someone bought her mama rose for Mother's Day. Her mama said, this the thing you lay down with. I bought my mom after, I think, why did I buy her this? I don't even know. I went to a party and I bought her a bullet. I did. When my mother died, I went to go clean up, go clean her room. We were cleaning things out and stuff. Baby, the bullet was in the dresser in the bag. I said she never used it. I said, boring. You're boring. I'm trying to help you out. Spice your life up. You never used it. Never used it. That's just, I was really pissed. It was a good one. Everyone in the world wasn't exposed at 17. True. We don't know her upbringing. I think he met her early though. Well, they're saying she dated Ryan Leslie. I don't know much about her life like that, honestly. to know about the Ron Leslie stuff. I think people are taking it as she's saying she'd never heard of it before. She didn't say that. She was just she said he introduced me to oral. Again, she didn't clarify if it was on her, on him. She didn't clarify what that meant. She didn't clarify. I think people are taking it as, oh no, you knew. She didn't say she did. She said he introduced her to it. They didn't elaborate on what that meant. I was trying to get her right, child. Clearly she wasn't with it. She wasn't with it. She wasn't with it. She was single. My stepdad had died. She was single. I said, well, girl, I think maybe she was aggy one day. I said, girl, let me get you something. So yeah. Oh, he met her at 16. Well, Gabrielle, she sure didn't use that damn bullet. I tell you that. My sister asked my grandma if she ever performed oral. My grandma told her she ain't never had nobody in her mouth. And you a nasty bitch if you do. Sleepy, that sounds like a grandma. It's about your environment. I do agree with that, Missy. Like when Duke was talking last night about him at 13, we check my son's phone all the time, like on a regular basis. And I ain't gonna lie, I be smiling from ear to ear, baby, because sometimes he don't even know I went through the phone. Now, sometimes I will be like, why'd you say this? Like, especially if you talking to a little girl, like, baby, no, don't say it that way. But baby, for the most part, he talking about the game in his phone. I just think my son is not in an environment where his dad, we kind of know where he is at all times. We know his friends. He doesn't go. I'm not saying LJ isn't capable of doing something. What I am saying is that I don't believe my son is being raised in an environment where he can just be out here just doing some crazy shit. Now we know kids can be kids. I was a kid once. I wasn't in a crazy environment. I was a kid once. But I don't think my baby be out here doing it too crazy. She was that in love, Jaleesa. When I'm listening to that woman talk, I'm like, Lord, she was gone. Where's she from? Do y'all know where she's from? Cassie says she thinks the prosecution needed more from Cassie. Brianna, I'd like to know that too. A whole sex shop. Stephanie, you shouldn't have been in her business. You shouldn't have been in her business. But Key, it just made me think like, damn, I mean, just people are raised different. That's it. Oh, fam, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. Trista said it was just a different generation in time. My mama wouldn't even go without a bra until bedtime. Very modest. Is that what you call it, Trista? Because even at bedtime, mine is on. Something about loose boobs just don't do it for me. I can't. My parents were 15 and 16 when my mom got pregnant. Yet they was, oh damn, Trista. Now, Trista, I see what you did there. I can't let you talk about mama like that. Mama said she had the hots for your dad, but she got to keep it cute when she at home. I'm not mad about it. Missy, I think LJ is still a kid. Like, girl, the other day on his TikTok, he put TS. I said, Lord, I told Mariah, I said, girl, he don't mean this shit, does he? She was like, yes, mama. I didn't call him. Mariah said, don't call him. She said, Mom, it's okay. He put TS and didn't spell it out. I said, okay. I said, Lord, now he out here on TikTok talking about TS. So it is. I know these kids have to grow up. I know they have to grow up. I get it. And I know my child is not exempt from doing anything. But Lord Jesus, it's just, I don't like it. Key, and she a lot of people fall victim to being the side chick to somebody. She thought this man, he was her boss. She probably respected him. She was falling in love with him. She said she was having fun. She probably was being flown everywhere. So someone said, I don't like how she did Kim. We may not like it, but I understand why she did it. She was the other woman. She wanted Kim's place. Thank you, Shay. I'm gonna I'll check my TikTok. Yates, please stop. She said my mom is a hoarder. Your mama a hoarder with a sex shop? Child, I would have hated to see her on this show because I like watching this show, Stephanie. Baby, if they start laying out dildos on the table, talking about now choose what you want. You know how they let them keep some stuff? Stephanie, if I watch Hoarders and see your mama laying 10 dildos out and they talking about pick one and she sitting there talking about, baby, I'm gonna be done. Never seen that on Hoarders. Never seen it on Hoarders. Yes, I sleep with a bra on, chat. I'm never, I mean, for the most part, I don't, when y'all be talking, oh, I gotta let them breathe. I be like, girl, not me. Now, I really can't sleep with socks. I may get in bed with socks on, but I'll take them off. She's from Connecticut. Okay. And people that are on this live, I'm so sorry. Our conversations go everywhere. I apologize if you are new here, because we're here talking about bras. I apologize. Key, I was just going to call him and have a conversation with him. I was going to call and talk to him about it and say, you know, I was going to ask him, do you curse on a regular basis? I was just going to ask him about it. Emmy, they were where they're supposed to be. Or during the day, it feels weird. I just, I have to have it on, Trista. I have to have it on. Mel, I can't stand the bra. Mine come off as soon as I get home from work, and depending on the day, it's coming off in the car. Girl, thought you riding around with that bra in the car? Girl. Okay, I just can't feel y'all when y'all say, when people be saying, come home and taking off your bra is the best feeling ever. I be like, oh, okay. I say, oh, okay. 3 kids at 19. Lord Jesus. Jasmine, both. It depends on the day, but primarily a real one. Yeah, you said I got my reduction for a reason. They're free, y'all. I just need mine on. Kids, I know that boy be cursing. I just know. That's my little sweet baby, and I just can't believe it. Even if Mariah slip up and curse, I'm like, girl. Yes, Summer. In the shower, baby. That's it. In the shower, and when I'm walking around in that road for the 10 minutes or something, when I'm getting together, baby. Other than that, baby, they put up. They put up. Key. Now I know the hell you ain't walking out. You ain't got them things hanging in the produce aisle. She said one morning I went to the coffee pot. The one from the day before was sitting in front of it. She said, I must have had a hell of a day. Baby, if you're taking that bra off at the coffee pot, chill. No. Underclothes are shackles. Yeah. Amy, and I'm gonna tell you this. I wanted some surgery, right? I went to Dr. Hotlanta because when I do get my surgery, I'm going to him. And I was thinking of getting implants. And I asked him, he asked me, like, are you okay with where your breast sit? I'm like, yeah. So he was like, okay, well, we wouldn't have to give you a lift. And I was happy. I said, okay. The fact that it was an option for me told me all the years of wearing a bra has paid off. Okay? If I want to go get implants, I don't need to get a lift as well. I wouldn't need to get a lift as well. I need mine to roam around like pit bull puppies. Baby, this chat is so unhinged. What? Monique T said, hey, Mel, let them titties free. When I tell y'all, it's something wrong with this whole chat. Wait a minute. Oh my God, y'all. When I tell y'all this chat is off the chain. Well, at least the baby asked you though, friend. At least she asked you. If they drop, I'm going to lay on somebody's table. We'll worry about that later on. Baby, Erica's mine just heavy. I don't know if it's fat or not, but they gotta have it. Oh my God. Summer said, not true. Summer, I'm just talking about me, friend. She said, I got implants and didn't need a lift. Sound like we in the same boat. She said, and if I showed you my pre-op photos, you would be like, ain't no way. I kind of want to see the pre-op photos now. I kind of want to see the pre-op photos because the way you talking, I imagine, were they saggy? Because your aha right now makes me feel like I would look at them and feel like, oh, she got to get a lift. I kind of want to see him now. That's crazy. What, Didi? What? I sure. Y'all know it's some people in this live. It was like 470 people. It's like 415. They said these people here talking about bras and boobs hanging. We got to go. Zacchaeus, what? You gave them up years ago. Now, Gary, after breastfeeding LJ, I thought it was over for me, friend. I did, but I'm gonna say over the year, like the year after I stopped, they perked back up. Thank God. But baby, I thought it was over. I thought I was going to be living my life with orangutan boobs. Okay, but they came back. They came back, and they fine. Candace said, "Free the tatas." Tell y'all, this is what is wrong with this chat? Baby, no. Amy, no. I'm gonna keep them up, keep them put up. Going to sleep, same way I came in. She said, I'm going to sleep the same way I came in this world, free. Erica, I asked to see her post-op pictures. I mean, yeah, pre-op pictures. She said they was damn near my waist. At your waist. That's not how far I thought they were, friend. T. Townsend, don't start bringing letters into this chat. It never ends well when we bring letters into the chat. Don't do it. And you, Key, listen. look at pre-op photos all the time on websites. But I'm just, her saying that was like, it was like a girl by, mine were saggy, and I didn't have to get a lift. Black Sheep said, "Hi, lead a channel on the mindset of SA," and came back to titty sagginess. Where the police at? Baby, they gonna have to come. You right. You right. Trying to Missy said, y'all, she clocked my tea so bad right here. Missy said, sleeping in a bra has got to be size B or A. Because C's and D's like to be free. Baby, she clocked my tea so bad right there. Baby, because I'm definitely a size B. She clocked my tea so bad. Jasmine said orangutan me. Gillian said, "Ma'am, mine are deflated after the last baby, but they ain't sagging." Baby, these babies will do a work on your body. Oh my God. The old ones, Erica. I just want to see the pre-op ones. I just want to see the pre-op pic. I'm gonna keep my. I'm proud of my size B. I really think my body's proportioned well. I am. What? 36 Triple H. Now, don't y'all start putting letters in the chat. Please don't start putting letters in the chat. Now, Keith, ain't no way I be standing in the kitchen like Melvin cooking breakfast, lunch, and dinners. She said we were talking about traffic, and now we talking about traffic and tatas. She said I got a reduction and didn't need a lift. That's good. Mine was damn near my belly button. Y'all, I just can't imagine. Davia, they're questioning the children, so they don't have the cameras on. And as this chat will do, we'll find something else to talk about. Hold up, where my phone at? These were after breastfeeding 3 of your 5 kids. God damn, Summer, I'm learning something new every day. I don't know why I didn't know you had 5 kids. Let me see. Dang, Summer, you right. But I'm gonna say, Summer, I understand. I can understand yours not being lifted though. I'm finna delete the picture. Oh, well, Summer, you can delete it now. You can delete it out the chat. You can delete it out the chat now. But I kind of see you not having a lift. I can understand that. Miss Sheila said, I'm 51, 2 kids later, and still a 34B. I got a sister who I know she's still in the A cup, but she got 3. No, she has 4. 4 kids now. Reduction at 16, a lift at 31. Baby, this is hilarious. Mine was at my waist too. T. Townsend said, should I post mine? The surgeon said, Miss Townsend, how small? She said, me. Amen. Girl, you wanted to go to an A cup. Oh wow. Sad part is I don't have kids. Briam, just go get a reduction. Just go get a reduction. Mine are mosquito bites. So I be bro free. My sister's like that. I'm happy for the little I have. It's cool. Kids can work a number on your body, baby. Triple H the wrestler. You know what? Black Sheep. Now see you, they gonna jump you in the chat. Triple H the wrestler. India. I'm quite fine with my B cups, girl. Baby, they sit up in dresses. They look fine. And when I do actually work out and lose weight, baby, they are so proportionate. When I was going to get my tummy tuck, I went to my consultation. I was like, I really want to get implants. The lady was like, honestly, when you get a tummy tuck, she said everything's gonna look bigger. So I said, well, good. I ain't got to do all of that. I'm cool. I don't have to do all that. I cup. T Townsend said I wanted my chest to be as flat as a man. No, you didn't. My mama a triple D. I already know. Ooh. Mm-mm. No, no. I was 36. I'm happy for everybody on here who was able to go ahead and make the decision to get the reduction. I know that's like not easy. I know a few people who they just keep putting it off because they're afraid. But if you make the decision, baby, go ahead and get it. A Triple H, y'all know my biggest thing is how much y'all pay for bras. I'm just like, man. Every time people with women with really big breasts talk about how much their bras are. First of all, and then y'all bras, because your breasts so big, baby, y'all have to have that thick ass shoulder strap. Baby, y'all have a thick shoulder strap. I mean, I know it looks like a good bra, but I'm damn. That shoulder strap is wide. I started as an A cup before 3 kids went up to a C. Okay, that's not bad. Oh man, dents in the shoulders. Hell yeah, it's the thick straps. Shonda, my friend, she was a what I tell y'all my friend was? Did I say it was some way down in the alphabet? I'm talking about mid. FG, somewhere up in there. She said her bras be 125, 150. I said, what? Now she's had a reduction. We were in Target one day. I said, friend, go do yourself a favor and get one of those $20 bras over there. Go ahead. Go on over there. Baby, that strap on them size H bras. Baby, that strap on them size H bras don't be no joke. Baby, that Key. Now I would love to know what size she wear. That's got to be a Z. That girl got to wear a Z. Her bras probably are about $400. Yeah, because she probably need double the strap to hold those up. Got to be a G. Got to be a G. Mm-mm. Them things huge, baby. I mean, I see them before I see her. She said them straps look like suspenders. You had a crack in your Nana, you had a crack in your spine from your breast, girl. If I was Brene, baby, I'll be on that TikTok talking about hey guys, it's Brene. You know how she love to do her makeup. So I'm doing this video so y'all can help me get a breast reduction. They too big. Can't take it anymore. Baby, I'd be on the GoFundMe. That's the GoFundMe I wouldn't be embarrassed about. Baby, I'd be on TikTok every day talking about Cash App in the building. You know, every day. Every day I'd be on there. Y'all, is this new, y'all? Hold up, let me see. They say let's hear cool.
Going to be intense. Later on this afternoon, defense counsel has made a request for her not to be able to confer with her attorney. An interesting request because clients usually are able to confer with their attorney. We're going to have to see what the judge says on that one, Julie.
Boy, so much great information you're giving us. Kelly Craft, thank you so much for all of that reporting. I know that you need to get back into the courtroom and to give us more coverage later today. So we'll look forward to more of your reporting. And as a huge day, as you have noted, with Cassie back on the stand and potentially the start of that cross this afternoon. Kelly Craft, thank you so much. Let's bring in our legal analyst guest now to talk more about everything we just learned. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Franz Borchardt standing by for us. Franz, wow, let's start with Cassie and The request from Diddy's legal team to not allow her to confer with her civil lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, who we saw in that quick little clip outside of the courthouse. Your thoughts on that?
So in a criminal proceeding, I'm not sure she has the right to confer with her civil attorney.
Right.
Now, she does have a right in a proceeding, in any proceeding, Julie, as you know, to confer with counsel if she is going to incriminate herself. She can exercise her right against self-incrimination, but generally, you don't get to just confer with your lawyer at willy-nilly.
I'm gonna stop this to say, do you guys get the distinction that they're making? It's not her criminal attorney, it's her civil attorney. Why? Let's see, y'all. Why would she be worried? Why would she need to speak with her civil attorney? What is she afraid of, y'all? What is she afraid of if she gets on that stand and says something? What is now, Brianna, this a little different than Relly. Think back. Think back, y'all. Think back. Come on, y'all. This is a little different than Relly. This a little different than Relly. Y'all know this is an interactive chat. And shout out to my sister. Hey, Hope. I just saw my sister in the chat. Hey, Hope. There you go, right there, Zakia. If anything she says on that stand would cause them to take that money back. Yes, y'all. We don't know what the terms were, but they're going to cross her. And in this cross, could something be said or brought up during cross that would then put that money in jeopardy? Because remember, he settled this case a while ago. Scared she gonna have to give it back.
And look, she is the federal government's witness. So the same works with, she doesn't get to confer with the prosecutor. In for a penny, in for a pound, she is testifying against the defendant. She has to live by the sword and die by the sword. And candidly, I don't know why she would need to confer with her attorney at this point.
Excellent points, Franz. I love it. That was perfect. Professor mode you went into for us with that explainer. Thank you. So I suppose we'll just see if there is any issue, as you noted, where she could be concerned with some type of incrimination. As you said, what possibly could that be? But if there is, I would suspect they would take it up at sidebar and then deal with it accordingly. So that being said, I want to back up a little bit, as we know that piece of video evidence that already came in, the hotel beating video, has been admitted. And soon the jury's going to start to see some video of the freak-offs. You heard Kelly's reporting about how the judge has said members of the media will not see them. Your thoughts on that ruling, Franz?
I think that's the right ruling. I don't know that we need to see that. I don't know that the media needs to see it. I think the descriptions will be sufficient. I think this is a instance of the victims have rights, and the victims have a right to not have this broadcasted. So I think it's the right ruling. I don't know. And look, if I'm either side, I don't want.
What the hell did y'all think about Diddy walking in court, putting his heart up? Does anyone know why he did that? Does anyone know why he did that? I saw this picture and I said, what is that about? Was it to his kids, his family, maybe? Y'all, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm a little scared for her, honestly. He did it to his family. Thank you. I was wondering that. And them asking that she not be able to speak with her attorney. Y'all, I don't know. Remember, Yates and Star were like, you take it easy, you be delicate with her. I don't know if they're gonna do that.
everybody's seeing this. So it's a good, I think this is a good
Yes,
rule.
it.
Right. I'm with you,
In
Franz.
front of the
I
court.
can't really see any legitimate purpose in it. And I was thinking this through. As much as I'm a major advocate for victims' rights, also a member of the media for a long, long time, I'm thinking, how do you even report it? Even if 3 members of the pool were allowed to look at it, okay, we're not going to broadcast it. Nobody's going to see video or audio. There's that. Who's going to describe it? You're still subject to FCC.
How to? Now y'all tell me how to. Y'all said court was coming back. Well, I went ahead and speeded it up. Gina, I hope not. What do you have to ask them about? I moved it up, guys. Let me see if long time is up.
Six to 7 months in duration, included criminal.
Who is this?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Somebody not important. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled Clark.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. Included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police.
I'm gonna get my
It's
food.
the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters,
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Como will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos with the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Como seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Why is Bev hating on them? And why can't we bring out the fact that these people have been fired and reassigned? Why is she hating on the defense? I want to bring up the fact that they've been reassigned or fired. Y'all, they must have. I don't know why she won't let them get that out, because I think that is information that should be, the jury should have. That's information that they should have. And Brianna, yes, I saw your message. I was having breakfast. Okay. I was having breakfast. I didn't realize it had gotten this late, and I have not had my first meal of the day. Okay. And I had to go make the food this morning. I didn't have a smoothie. Y'all know normally I come on with a smoothie. Didn't have one this morning. Alice, what you missed was they're at a sidebar because Yannetti is trying to get out that Tully has been reassigned or fired or whatever. Bev won't let him do it. Bev won't let him do it. And that's kind of like bothering me. Lauren, I need them to lay it out, Lauren. I need them to lay it out, because what's going on and what happened in this investigation that caused everyone to be reassigned or moved? I gotta let him say it.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called the Sally Port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
there was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
Ooh.
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Hey, Tammy.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Oh, none of them want to say it. None of them want to say lead investigator.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Reapproach.
Go on to the next area. Let's see if we can come back.
Bill, what the hell?
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that
Yeah, on
he
that
and
board.
Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in their his cruiser?
Sustained injuries. I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Exactly. Bev on that bullshit again. Sorry for yelling. Bev is on that bull again. What happened, y'all? Remember last week she had to come back and apologize. She's doing the same thing today. How you gonna tell that man go on? I'll come back to it. What? And Lauren, at this point, he like, I need to be heard, and they need to check her. Bev. How you gonna tell this man go on with your question? I'll be back at it. We'll come back to it. What? Now all of you guys that watch trials, have you ever seen the judge say, I'll come back to your objection? Who is going to make sure you come back to my objection? She did this when she was interrupting AJ on Friday. The people said they would stay, and you constantly interrupting him. Hey, are you about wrapping up? Like, Bev, this right here is just, Paige would never. You got to address it right then and there. Key, they did. I can't remember any of them saying we'll come back to your objection. God damn, but my memory ain't the best, so you could be right. What do you mean we'll come back to it? And finally, Yanetta said, okay, listen, I need to be heard, damn it. I need to be heard.
Good time to take our morning.
Oh,
in about 20 minutes. And Sergeant, you can just follow up.
All right, please.
Y'all, this is getting out of hand now. This is getting out of hand. A 20-minute break. This is getting out of hand. Y'all just came back. I mean, I know they've been in court or whatever, but Bia,
Hey there, Karen Reed Trial.
don't be telling me
Watchers.
no
You know, a lot
damn
of the
hey.
trials we cover remind me of that.
He ain't did nothing to me, y'all. He has not done anything to me, and that just ticked me off. That man didn't do anything to me. I done got pissed. Wait a minute. Why would she do that? Hey, Keisha. Friend, we just got back and they already at a break.
Drinking in the cruiser.
Oh, you heard? You caught that.
Turned down for what?
Oh, wait a minute. It gets worse, friend.
Why do he know about it?
Well, he's asking him about it. It probably was a big thing because Kevin Albert was drinking with Proctor in the cruiser, and he woke up, couldn't find his gun or his badge. Proctor had the badge, but he couldn't tell him where the gun was.
Good morning, y'all. It's break, so we on with Mel.
Good morning, Jay Sayers.
Good morning. Good morning to the millionaires over there. Somebody should. It sounds like somebody's undercover. Because why are we asking the photographer this question? Okay.
I think he's just trying to get it out. I think he's just trying to get it out there.
I think he know the answer to this question. I think
he might.
Know that they be that photographer.
Miss J, they said, hey.
Down, it's like, don't take pics of this. We finna get it in.
I don't know, friend. I don't know what's going on. But I am upset that we just got back and she talking about this is a good time to take a morning break. But wait a minute. How you feel about her telling that man, we'll come back to your objection?
Well, she learned that when he said he need a sidebar, he need a damn sidebar.
I said not your natty giving me.
So why are we able to say former Trooper Proctor, but we can't say Tully got demoted?
Man, do you see she's stopping it every which way? I think all of that is relevant to this case. They were all demoted or removed.
Especially y'all drinking in the cruiser.
They were all demoted. They were all fired, reprimanded because of this case.
Yeah, you gotta tell me something because drinking in the cruiser is crazy, but it's not just salacious because, okay, you're a cop and you're literally drinking in your cruiser. But it's salacious because we've heard nothing about Kevin Albert except he's the best. He's the best.
Oh, no, you heard something else. You probably don't forget.
What?
You remember he's the one who called Katie to set up her interview. She would not say it was him, but he is the one who set up that.
She would not say how her interview
yeah.
But they ended up coming out that he said that he called and set it up.
I think
Katie, or was that was Look at My Feet Levinson. One of them.
That was EMT. It was EMT.
The EMT, okay.
Who's friends with Caitlin?
The one that kept lying about
the liar.
The one that lied about knowing.
Lying ass Katie is what we call her. Lying ass Katie.
God,
I think I'm just more annoyed that Bev stopped him.
Kenneth sat up there and said there was 6 degrees of separation between Proctor and his family, and he kick it with them, chill with them, skate with them, got their kids, babysitting, letting his kids be babysat, and then you gonna try to say that nothing happened until after this case started?
And here's the thing when it comes to children. The average mother can't speak for all. The average mother is just not letting anyone keep their kids.
At all.
I have to have some level of trust when it comes to you for you to keep my kids. And the fact that y'all letting that woman
with my kid, and then I got to trust you as a mother because everybody don't parent the same. If you let your kids do whatever, my kids can't come over there. If you don't much keep eyes on your kids and you babysit by sound, what was that? No, my kids can't come over there. So this is somebody you trust. These are people you trust.
I don't like. Forrest said, We need a morning membership break. I fucking hate Bev. This is 5 Memby hate donate. Hate donate. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. And if you received a membership from Forrest, please say thank you in the chat. I told you to call me. Let's do it.
I still ain't figured out how to do it.
When we get off today, we're gonna go do it. It's not even complicated as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
I thought yours was on.
They said the gift is not on.
Oh hell! Now we're gonna have to Google it, but we can figure it out.
Memberships are on, but I don't know about the gift.
Okay, I'm about to say.
Option to gift the membership, or I gotta go do something else.
No, I didn't have to do anything for the gifting of memberships. I just cut it on and then it does. So I don't think you have to do anything.
Oh, okay. Well, memberships are on.
Yeah, I don't think you have to do anything. I just cut them on and then people were able to do. I don't know how they do it, but they're able to do it.
And then on top of that,
they talking about how the F you trying to help somebody else. You barely know how to do your own shit. Mind your business. I said I was gonna Google it. Oh, Pretty did send it to me. She did. I'm gonna text it to. I think I sent it to you. I may have sent it to you already. I did. I sent it.
Chad said she tried the other day and it didn't work. Okay, we gonna figure it out. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard of in my life. Like,
I want to know what the lawyers are
I
feeling.
didn't get to hear Kaylee's version of events since she was on the other side of that call, watching Karen make the call to Jen. I really
like. Did she really say?
Like, how did she get woke up? How did she ask for it? What did she say? What was she saying? Did she say certain things that Jen is saying she said?
Shannon, don't be messy.
Because I really. I hate it, but like it was said earlier, they had to cross. They said they did cross-examine Kaylee. I imagine it had to be not aggressive at all.
Yeah,
it
couldn't have been.
They had to approach her like a little puppy dog and not like Cujo. But they had to question her because those are things that could combat or bring doubt to things that Jen was saying. And if the only way we come after Jen's testimony is through Karen, then they could pick which one they like. But for a child to say, this happened, this did not happen, this is what she said, this is what she was doing. Or even for Kayla to say she ran out in a panic and she hit my uncle's car. Like, anything like that could have been said by Kaylee.
Let me ask the chat. Sure. Do you guys remember last year if after the kids got off the stand, we heard what they said on the stand? Because I agree with T. I would love to know what she heard on the phone call.
What she took from the call, because she had to be woken up apparently that time in the morning. To use her phone, to get it unlocked, to call, like, what was she like? Lexi
said we will hear it. We'll hear what was said. They are going to report on what she testifies to. We will get to do that.
I do not know, but if anybody comes across any tweets, let me know.
Did you end up watching Proctor yesterday or any of the
Ted Daniel has a summary of the testimony. Ooh, can you send that to me, Catherine?
Is that on X? Derek says she knew from reporters tweeting. Is this on X, y'all? Let me see. I'll see if I see it, guys.
Because I would definitely like to know. I don't need.
Ooh, wait a minute. Y'all know it's break time. I gotta go look at the tweets, y'all. But they said, so Cassie texted Diddy. She was tired of the freak offs and to call Kim. So was Kim doing the freak offs too? God damn it.
They said yes, it's on X. Okay, who is this? Ted?
Y'all, wait a minute.
Oh,
hold on. She's still on direct right now.
I just don't understand why they got them kids in that courtroom.
I don't either.
I wouldn't want my mama to hear nothing like that about me.
It's sad. How do we ever know from a juror about scheduling? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So we were accurate. What we saw on CNN is that the defense said that they're concerned that during the break there could be generalized discussion about testimony, and it might come up. We're going to try to avoid any privileged communication. AUSA says Mr. Phillips' testimony, I spoke with his lawyer. We anticipate these witnesses being on cross-examination for multiple days. We need to speak with them about security and transportation. So they're just kind of getting some scheduling done right now. I'll read that later, but okay. Cassie is back on the stand. She's talking about photos. Remember, y'all, she's got jump drives. Photos, messages, everything. The AUSA, he said yesterday you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. And then Cassie said he took guns with him. AUSA, oh, I'm sorry, T. Do you want to hear these tweets?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. AUSA, he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops. Cassie said, I would begin by saying I was not a cop. And they said, did he tell you to do that? They said yes. Rachel, is that on X? What happened? They asked her what happened when you fought back. She said, I did that more early in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder. The defense objects to the speculation. The judge overruled it. AUSA says, how would Sean react if you fought back? She says, anger. They say, I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Hallway play from, they showed it to her. They asking her, well, who entered? She says, it's Sean. What is in his hand? And Cassie said, he doesn't appear to have anything. So they play it further. And then they say, now, does he have something in his hand? She says, my phone. How did he get it? He took her phone. Well, he took all of my stuff. So when we're talking about trafficking, now you're saying it seems like he's taking everything, right? Holding her hostage. That's what they're setting all this up for. Where does he end up? She says, sitting in a chair in front of the window. What are you doing? I'm walking away from him. And they say, now who's in the video? It's her in security. The AUSA says, in this one, play from 531, where did you go from the hotel? She said, to my house, I took an Uber. AUSA says, now let's turn to the text messages. Can you read page 4? And Cassie says, please call. I'm surrounded. Who the hell is she surrounded by? AUSA says, who sent that? Cassie. From Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put a robe on. Who sent the green messages? She said, I did. I wrote to Sean. Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. Who's Jules? She said the escort. Y'all, what the hell going on here? Is this Jules? They show him a picture. She says yes. And then they show some more stuff. Cassie says, that's me, a selfie of me with a fat lip. When did you take it? Cassie says, in the Uber with one of my phones. So she had multiple phones. Sounds like he hit her. She left in the Uber and took pictures of him hitting her. What did you write here? Cassie said, I said, please stay away from me. AUSA says, what does he say? He says, I'm getting arrested. AUSA says, what? Now Diddy, now he talked. Jules is the escort, y'all. Not Diddy. Diddy pulling a Karen. Y'all remember Karen said, I'm finna leave these kids. I'm going home, and never left. Diddy told her he was getting arrested by the police. Wanted a soul at that damn hotel. What a soul! What I tell you, master manipulator. She said, I don't think so.
No, we actually went to break. Sorry.
Okay, he says, I'm getting arrested. AUSA says, was he? Cassie, I don't think so. AUSA, what did you write back?
You know that man ain't get arrested.
She talked, wait a minute, and she didn't give a damn. They said, what did you write back? Plugging my phone in and going to bed. She didn't give a damn. Who was at your home when you got there? Carrie Morgan. Who is Carrie Morgan? I don't really remember. I know Carrie is someone who was with her when he first kissed her. I remember that name. Carrie Morgan, she was upset when she saw me. She called the police. So, Carrie called the police. They said, did you speak with him? Ventura said yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about, and they left. AUSA, why? She said I wasn't ready. Okay. All right. AUSA, did Sean try to come to your apartment? Cassie, yes. He was banging. That was pretty normal from him. But this is a pretty private building. Did you hear KK? Did you hear from KK that day? She said, yes. I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe. AUSA, what are you wearing? A gown and sunglasses? I had a black eye. Oh, they said Carrie is her friend. Thank you, Key. That's her best friend. Thank you, Key. What if any other bruising was visible? I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. And they asked her, what's this? She said, me and Sean at an after party. So now I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? She says no. In what cities did you use him? She says New York. AUSA says, who's this? Ventura says an Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. They asked her, who's this person? She said, we called him Tommy. Who is this? I know him as Greg. I'm sorry, this is sick. We knew him as Greg, an escort in Miami. Who's this? Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. This starting to sound like DMX. What these bitches want from you know that was like it's yes, Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. They said she's seen them more than once. She knows them. Who's this? Red baseball cap. I don't know. He looks familiar from freak offs. Okay. AUSA, what did you write here? Ventura, this is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. What did you mean by this is all we do? Cassie, freak offs. AUSA, did you try to avoid anything in the freak offs? Cassie, I tried to avoid kissing. It seemed too intimate, but Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts. What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday? What the hell? She said a freak off. He had me pulled out of the Blind Dragon for a freak off. Some security. AUS. Oh, wait a minute. Cassie said that. I don't know if she said like some security. Like security didn't do that damn job. So AUSA says, what about blackmail materials? Cassie said he wanted me to fear. The defense objects. The judge overrules it. When would Sean mention the freak off videos? Cassie says to hurt me. She says one time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. AUSA, what did Sean say the impact would be? Ventura, shame. They said, let me show you a chat. Who's on it? She said, it's me and Sean from 2013. Read your message. Cassie wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no iCloud. All good. Ambient kicking in. Baby, that man was high all the time. So they had a sidebar. They came back. The judge took some things. He changed some things in the courtroom. And they're saying during the break, Diddy was at his defense table with his attorney. So now they're talking about there's some issues with privacy screens, because I think you guys are aware that everyone can't see the freak off videos with Cassie in them. The judge has ruled that the press isn't going to see them, so everyone won't be privy to the information. You already know it, Aaron. So now they're back and they brought in the jury. They asked her, "What did you say here?" Cassie said, "I've been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean." She said, "Then what?" "We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to DJ Woo Kid." What's crazy is I wondered, are they going to start calling names and people will be able to say, "Damn, I remember when that happened," which can add some credibility. Like, everybody know DJ Woo Kid, right? Who Kid or Woo Kid, I forgot how it's pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 2 minutes ago. So she's still on direct examination. I expect her, today is Wednesday. I really expect her to be here probably to next Tuesday or something.
Yeah, I think she's gonna finish out this week at least.
Yeah, at least she'll finish out this week. She said, "If we thought Brian was stressed doing why," I said, "I know he looked like he been up for 40 nights doing this." Key, you know, Mr. Honorable Brian Steele.
I don't even think he's stressed, to be honest. I don't even think he's stressed.
You don't think he's stressed, T?
Nope, because I think Brian Steele has made peace with with this the way he did with everything else. I think he was so stressed because there were so many things about Thug that were being said that he knew was not true.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was fighting so hard to make sure they didn't look true.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I think it's a little bit different. He's like, listen, he put shit in his body. He put hands on people.
They said that. He's a jerk. They said he's mean and he's a jerk.
So I feel like he don't have to try to say he don't do that, or he wasn't when there's, somebody could believe, it's a celebrity. He might take things. And then somebody could say, well, he said he's never taken anything. He's not fighting anything like that, like unseen where it could be or might not be, like he was with Thug. With this, he like, I ain't even argue about that. He slap people around. He do stuff he ain't supposed to do. He's mean. Okay.
This girl to me, I gotta see him to prove he's not stressed. He used to be in court falling asleep. Wait a minute.
200-page motions. I think Glanville had him stressed.
I think
other things, and I don't think Thug was the only one on trial. I feel Glanville had them lawyers on trial too, and we found that out with the secret meeting that came out. But I think in this one, I think he's walking in knowing exactly what he's dealing with and exactly what he's not. And Brian Steele is happens to be able to shade folks very eloquently. So I do feel like he's going to be able to poke at credibility without feeling bad about it.
Yeah. I saw something yesterday that was disturbing. It was saying that he required for them not to use protection when sleeping with her.
Man, listen.
They weren't, and the guy was like, after so many times, he finally was like, I guess he started to see that he wasn't the only escort and asked, "Well, can I see her medical records?" And he was never shown them, but he kept doing it. So yes, that he required, like they said that, I don't know if you guys saw my TikTok video, but I did read this. I did talk about it on my TikTok video that he wanted the men to, I don't know what word I could say, to finish inside of her. After they did that, she immediately would get up and go to another room with him. Well, on the stand, they asked her what would be done in that other room. He would take it from out of her and have her put it on his body. And there was like a time where someone testified that he didn't do it. Yeah, there was a time where they said the guy, he lied and said he did. He lied and said he finished. They get up, they go to the next room, and they say he comes back like, "Are you sure you did?" Yes, it's
that's a hell of a question to have to answer. Okay, I'm trying to get out of here, sir.
It's just, man, again, I'm not going to kink shame him. You can do what you want, but at the point,
I am.
some
Who
Janice and them synthetic wigs.
Who raised you? Because now I'm side eyeing your mama, and she up here talking about my baby and my baby. No,
I don't think so, Erica.
Your baby is nasty.
Yeah, he
There's so many people out here in this world that would just do that because you want to do it. Like, why do you have to force somebody? Like that's the part that gets on my damn nerve. Like, what is wrong with you? And then why do you got your kids sitting up there listening to your old midsection tales?
I was
why
saying,
does your mama have to
I said that, I know that those are his kids and they're wanting to support him, but the jury's looking at everything. So you don't think the jury is paying attention every time it's too much and they have to walk out? The jury's paying attention to that as well. Like, damn, even they can't take what their dad is, So, and they're so young. They're young. So I think it's.
Well, my thing is whether the kids were not there or not. 10 years ago, your kids was minors. Sir, where was you? Where was these kids? With a nanny? Like, sir, you don't even know what's going on with these kids. That would make me feel like he's using the kids as a prop.
Well, no, I can't say that, T, because I was like, listen, when Cassie said he moved to LA to be closer to his kids, I said, well, he has seemed like a very involved father, in my opinion, out of all these years. I said,
involved with who? Other kids?
That man said he got to go home.
Like, it ain't just Quincy. Y'all know that, what's it?
Same key.
What's the one? That other one ain't none of his kids. That Quincy was a way to control Al B. Shore and Kim, just like that other one. If that daddy passed away, was a way to control Misa. Them ain't none of his kids.
Wait.
Because ain't none of his kids directly in no mess. It's them other men kids. Because everybody knows.
What you mean? The only one that's not his is Quincy.
You gonna sit there and tell that lie?
What you mean?
Mel gonna sit up here and pull a Jim McCabe in my face.
No! Wait a minute. This might be news to me. Justin is not his son.
What's son's name?
Quincy's the only one that I felt wasn't his.
That's a lie. Go look up Wolf.
Who?
Wolf. He was here. He used to be his bodyguard. He used to run with Big Meech now, and he ended up getting unalive.
I think I've heard this story before.
You ain't got to hear it.
But I'm all honest to God. I feel like I saw it on a TikTok or something when the stuff was going on with Justin, that he was alleged to be his daddy.
Go look at that boy.
They said Justin definitely belonged to the bodyguard.
Look at that boy. Go look at Wolf and look at that boy. That ain't none of Diddy kid. Diddy kid look just like him. Like that one that up there, take that with them leather vests on.
I remember seeing it. I think he had on black in the video that I'm thinking about. But again, I'm just thinking this is just rumors, suspicion. Like, I haven't seen nothing.
Look at that man's face. That boy.
He does look like him. I saw it. But
I don't care what nobody say. That's his way of controlling Misa. And Quincy was his way of controlling Kim. And once he adopted that boy, that was his way of controlling Al B. Shore and that legacy. Because remember, Al B. Shore was one of the ones that started Uptown Records with him. Al B. Shore is only going to come at him so much if he got control of his son.
I just can't see it. I get Quincy, but I can't see him taking care of Justin. That's not his baby. I just can't see that, y'all.
Because how would he let anybody else see or hear or know that his bodyguard did him like was able to do that?
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. They said we got something else on Inner City Press. Hold up, y'all. When I tell you, okay, it says, oh God, no. Hold on. Hold on, y'all.
Don't need to be in his bedroom, but if he forcing folks to
damn, hold up. How did I miss all of this? Okay, here we go. How would you recover from a freak off? Cassie, I take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. God damn. The chef would cook us something. How often did you take opiates after freak offs? She said often. She got UTIs. Were the UTIs painful? Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. God damn. She said, how did it feel during the freak offs? Burning. I would not advise it. Sometimes Cassie say shit during her testimony. Then I be want to say, bitch, what? It was like the other day. She said cocaine was not. What did she say? I'm not very fond of it. I was like, I want to say, well, are you still on drugs? Like now? She said I wouldn't advise it. Okay, T. They said let's read this out loud. Cassie said, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another, friend, I have another UTI. Okay. I'm glad Bev back. I'm glad. Okay, bye. Damn.
Sidebar.
Put it back in session immediately.
And just think, I gotta read all that over again for my TikTok updates. Lord Jesus. Hell, I got all these sores on my tongue. What the hell the sores come from? Oh God, I'm confused, Key. I don't know where that's coming from. TL Goldie, I think he is, but I did see rumors that something about the security guard. The baby was so young. There was no reason. She ended up breaking up with Diddy when Justin was really young. I don't see a reason for him to take care of the baby. Oh, Ash, we were reading some of Cassie's testimony from today. Brianna said urine. The urine is what? I mean, just think this was his girl. Like, maybe they really weren't in a relationship now. Shit. I'm at this point, there's no way you love this woman. There's no way you love this woman for her. He did, Forrest. All of these officers are so intertwined in everything. Oh, God, Jesus. I'm going to have Lord Jesus. I'm really wondering what they're going to do on Cross, because it's going to be hard to follow up all of this. Key, I believe that now it was all performative. No way you love this woman. No way you no way you had any type of real feelings for this woman. Let me make sure we're caught up. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
At least he seems honest. Right to the point.
Excuse me.
So this would be able to speak to the court and jury in the case down here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
okay, the Traverse.
And were
Okay.
you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Right now, that's another picture there up there.
I'm showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
So what do you recognize that to be?
it's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc in those photos is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Poor Lally. I know he hates going to work every day.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce the minutes at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
She got some makeup on.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle
Hey,
view
Mama
of the
Jackie.
Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777.
I don't know, Miss Sheila.
And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795.
Oh yeah, Jen did say that.
And which of the 2
Why
garage
she
doors
said it, I
is
don't
this,
know.
Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Ron.
No visible damage
questions,
doesn't
Mr.
move.
Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I
No
photographed.
report.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Oh, they forgot to tell him to say case officer.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
You should be done soon, buddy.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustain. Sustain.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
Keaton, they don't run their pages.
All right,
like
Trooper,
other
you are
pages.
all set, sir. Thank you.
That Diddy Daily page just speculating. I was like, where's the case law?
Who is the
Helping people
Commonwealth's next
understand
witness?
something.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
No, you're wasting our time today. A foot and a half then.
Your Honor, as this
Both of
witness
them
is
had
approaching,
said
can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
I don't like it.
137.
I think they're just calling all of these officers. It doesn't help because there were times Proctor said things were there that we have no proof of.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
That's what it feels like.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier? Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
That's it.
Anything,
That's a
Mr.
wrap.
Talley?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank
That's
you
a
very
wrap,
much,
sir.
Sergeant. You're all
Goodbye.
set.
Thank you.
This how Paige like to
Next
get them
witness
in, get
for
them out.
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Maureen. Is this Emilio? I know the Emmy. I thought her name was Maureen or started with M.
Follow me, ma'am.
Is this the Emmy? I know by their hair. That's not. That's not. She does, Shayla.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here.
It's not the tattoo doctor either.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think
You consider
I
stand
think I
wherever you're
remember. I think
comfortable,
she's
so please keep your voice up,
a
okay?
pathologist or something.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer
I
the
remember.
spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
I think
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory,
Thanks, DR.
did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down?
No, this is not the lady with the
tattoo.
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain
And
that?
she didn't
how it's
pass her
broken
test
down,
or
the
something.
structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your
You saw her
education and your
testify
master's
just like
degree,
this, too.
do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after an incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, Were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs,
Today
do you
is very
ever
boring.
have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Still don't know how their hair stayed there. Through all of that, it stayed.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate with what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
138.
Damn, I know it was found. I think that was Gallagher.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Maybe it was in that second search. No, I think the search team found it.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well
Not
as
at all.
had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
She did testify last time.
P161, please.
Testified last time.
Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger taillight of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examine the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture.
Well, I want y'all to remember that with the pieces of glass, remember they ran the glass. The glass on the car does not match the cocktail glass, so it really doesn't matter. I don't care about the piece of glass because it doesn't match. It had to get there some other way, but it's not related to the case.
Are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Ooh.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Goodbye, Keith.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Right, Keith. Yeah, I can't wait to read y'all
Can you
everything.
close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman?
It
Thank
needs,
you.
they definitely
Starting at the
in her
bottom,
ear.
what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
She was definitely nasty. Let me see. I'm
With the
put
court's
link in
permission,
the
I'd like to
chat.
show the jury P176.
I'm gonna put the
Zoom
link in the
just a
chat
little
for
bit
you
more,
guys.
please.
Because that needs
You told us that
definitely.
you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and just a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the?
Oh, thank you, Keith.
You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Keith. Keith put the link in the chat, guys. We're going to talk about it at lunch, but Keith put it in the
I'm going
chat.
to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first
They are
photograph,
different.
please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury.
Apparent hair. Yes, Aaron, you heard it right.
If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with
They said
either
apparent.
disposable tweezers or tweezers that have been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Why are they saying apparent hair, Aaron? See, she has me pissed.
Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Can
Nothing
you
for
tell
her
us
to
what that
test.
is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
It does. It does. Aaron makes me feel like she was unsure. Jasmine, you haven't missed a damn thing. Or I think the tail light in here. The tail light might be.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. You could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take your gloves off, girl.
Yes, why don't you pull it? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Okay. Okay. Do y'all want to go ahead and hear John's niece? I can give you some information from her testimony and we can talk about it. Let's do that. Yes, okay, I'm about to read this. Then come on. Okay, y'all, let me read it. So this is the testimony from the niece, guys. We've got some snippets. All right. On her, this is direct examination. Questioned by, Laura McLaughlin questioned her on direct. Hold on, can we still hear? Hold up, y'all. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me see. I don't think we could. They cut the sound out. Bev over there walking like she got a little wedge on or something. Yeah, they in recess. Bev was walking like she had a little wedge on. All right. Let's go. Oh, Fashion Nova move. They asked her about her relationship with Karen. I'm getting pissed off, y'all. I'm getting pissed off. She said it was kind of dependent on the day. Some days we were more on good standards, and other days we weren't on good standards at all. She would favor my brother. She would not ignore me, but it felt like coldness. Brother and Reed, they were pretty close. Niece testifies about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's relationship. Lighthearted in the beginning. How the hell do you know? Or maybe this is what she observed. Let's say that. It changed by the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. They were fighting a lot. When I saw the fights, it was normally at my house or on the phone. Well, where else would you see them? When they would fight, Karen Reed was very angry, upset, and louder than O'Keefe. Now I've seen John and he can be an asshole, so let's not do that. About the Aruba vacation. Reed and O'Keefe had an argument in the niece and nephew's hotel room. O'Keefe checked on them and told nephew to get off the iPad. Reed defended nephew, then started yelling about how he had kissed someone else and she had witnessed it. It was really loud. She was very upset. So we know she wasn't changing this story. She was not changing that story. Niece testifies that the relationship changed after the Aruba trip. January 2022, O'Keefe and Reed they were in the kitchen fighting while Niece was in the room next door. Their relationship was good, but now see, this right here pissed me off. Their relationship was good, but it had like run its course. She said, O'Keefe said to Reed. Did we read messages of Miss Reed saying that too? Okay. I don't remember what she said, but you remember what he said. But she was upset by it. He asked her to leave the house. She did not want to leave the house. People who watched last trial, did you all hear this? Because I don't remember. I didn't go find anything because y'all know I watched it a couple weeks ago. Miss Reed followed him upstairs and banged on the door. Why the hell she have to bang on the door? Why she have to bang on the door, y'all? Because he closed the damn door on that woman. Why did she have to bang on the door? Okay. In the later days, weeks, I could tell there was tension. The niece says they were cold towards each other. Did y'all not see them in the waterfall? I mean, in the C.F. McCarthy's video? That did not look like a couple that was cold towards each other. Okay. A couple of times a week, tension and arguing. I do believe that. I do believe that. You needed to. Okay, let's keep going. Niece tested, well, that's after the relationship. I heard, hold on, y'all. I missed this part, Key. I heard the defendant on the phone, the damn defendant. Now, you know that someone prepped her to say that. The defendant. Okay. I'm a little pissed by this because I'm sorry. I hate to be petty with kids, but I'm very pissed by this. She said, I heard the defendant on the phone, and she was saying that me and my brother were really worried on one occasion when she was trying to get John O'Keefe to come home when he had left the house for a drive. Niece says. The niece says she wasn't actually worried. I mean, are we playing dumb here? Are we playing dumb here, y'all? It's the fact that the Commonwealth would have her give this testimony, knowing that whenever she was doing that, she was clearly trying to get the man home. And if you don't give a damn about me, surely you give a damn about your kids. Are we acting like women don't play these type of games? Like this is just something out of the ordinary? Aaron, let's talk about it. Okay. The night of O'Keefe's death, she said there was a rule that she had to charge her phone in his room at bedtime. After her friend left before midnight, she was home alone and put her phone in O'Keefe's room and went to bed. Reed came in her room about 4:30 a.m., shaking her awake, told me that my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. Reed asked niece to use her phone to call O'Keefe. There was no answer. Reed asked for a phone number she didn't have, including Jim McCabe's. Including Jim McCabe's. Niece remembers things Karen said on the phone, but not necessarily to whom, because there were several calls. She remembers hearing, what could have happened? Could I have done something? Could he have been hidden by a plow? Here, her memory has to be refreshed with prior testimony from trial 1. And then she says, maybe I hit him. Niece did have Jen's number. Remember, I think Jen would drive her around sometimes. So that's it. Reed came back to the house with Jim McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Listen to this right here. This pissed me off too. Jen checked in on niece and was level-headed. Karen did not interact with niece. That is on purpose. At this point, niece was very nervous, she says. She said that, Alice. Karen said it herself. Karen said herself that she mentioned the plow. So when Jen says it, or Carrie, I think there is some truth there, because Karen says, yeah, I was wondering, like, could he have been, excuse me, could he have been hit by a plow? Oh, Emily, keep put the link in the chat. Okay, y'all, let's keep going. Karen Reed came back later that morning after the hospital with her dad and brother. She said to the kids and her grandfather she felt like she was living a nightmare. I like that. Cross-examination, Yannetti crosses her. Niece testifies more about the nature of her relationship with Karen Reed. Yannetti asks, I like this one, y'all. When Karen Reed spent all this time with you, you didn't call her defendant, right? Because let's clear this shit up right now. Let's clear it up right now. Niece says no. He said, you called her Karen. Niece says yes. Thank you, Key. Now listen to this shit right here. Now remember, the niece says Karen favored her brother over her. But listen to this. Things Karen would do with the niece. Nails done once a month. Hair done at the salon. You know, I'm a kitchen beautician. I do my child's hair myself. My child does not go to a salon, but she's sending you to a salon when you could really just wash that hair and condition it at the house. Okay? Reed attended basketball games. Baby, the niece said, possibly, but so did my uncle. God damn it, he's supposed to be at your games. He's supposed to be at your games. The fact that Karen would take time to even come to your games when she didn't have to be there shows that she cared about you. Come on now. Okay. Softball, soccer, yes. Karen was at everything. Okay. Help straighten your hair maybe once a week. Karen took the time to straighten her hair at least once a week. Okay. All right. Planned birthdays. Yes. She just met him. Got back with him in 2020 and planned a scavenger hunt for this baby. I think Yannetti is doing just a good job to say, like, this woman had nothing against you. She was showing you love too, because you don't do all of this for somebody that you kind of like. Check this out. You would stay with Karen at her house in Mansfield. Why would you stay at Karen's house if you felt like she really didn't like you? That's regular, T. That is regular. Straightening her hair once a week. I think the niece has just been brainwashed, because you can tell she calling her the defendant. Girl. All right. So we're going to ask her about Aruba. Y'all, Miss Reed took the kids for an Italian dinner and ice cream. Oh, she pulled the Woody. She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember, y'all. If Karen took them to an Italian restaurant. I don't remember the specifics of a trip I took in 2016, but I can tell you I went to a restaurant. I can kind of tell you things about you remember. It wasn't that long ago. Listen to this. O'Keefe was in the room with you the whole night with Karen Reed and your nephew, Yannetti asks. She doesn't remember. She just remembers after their fight, he fell asleep in the niece's bed for a few hours. He was drunk. Okay. Is it your testimony? I guess they called him JJ. is it your testimony that JJ rang in the new year asleep? She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. But look why she doesn't remember, guys. And this is crazy. I had just gotten dumped by my 8th grade boyfriend. So it was a bit of a crisis. And they said chuckles could be heard throughout the courtroom. Chuckles could be heard across the courtroom. Niece testifies about the relationship after Aruba. There was never any physical contact between the two of them, correct? She says correct. Yannetti asks if Reed continued to spend a lot of time at the house with the kids. She said it was the same amount of time, but it wasn't the same. What? It was the same amount of time, but it wasn't the same. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the hell that means. Either it was or it wasn't. I don't know what that means. Okay, so I'm going to put because I hate to mix them up, but we can go ahead and if y'all have any thoughts about what we just read. I have been kind of, oh God. Well, I opened my X because I'm trying to see an update. They're at lunch in the Diddy trial. Why is Soulja Boy talking about he gonna beat DDG up? Child. Lord Jesus. But Aaron, I'm wondering if she's privy to that information. I just don't like the defendant. I don't like that coming from that child and someone instructing her to say that instead of Karen. I don't like that. It doesn't look right to me. Niara, you could be right, but distancing yourself could be, not. I just can't see her being in their presence and just like, hey, especially after doing so much for the kids. I don't know. I hate that. Because she wasn't defending when she was buying all that stuff. You better talk about it. Hey, Miss Sheila. I just think y'all, she's young. She's been the family has told her things, she's lost her uncle, she lost her parents. All she has now is her family. So I think that's what it is. No, the nephew did not testify. Miss Sheila, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can hear me?
Nope, I can hear you now. Hey, Miss Sheila.
Hey, now that little girl testified exactly like Jen testified.
You think so?
I know so. And the little brother probably ain't gonna testify because he know better than to think that Karen had anything to do with it.
He's not gonna testify. I don't think he's gonna testify.
Because he know Karen didn't do it.
I hate that they use the kids. And man, it's like you were spending time with this lady. Everything you get up there and say, defend it.
I'm gonna tell you, all the men seem to think Karen didn't have nothing to do with it, including that little boy. That's why that little boy don't like the grandmama.
The grandma.
Why you think he giving her such a hard time? He don't agree with nothing she's doing.
And he's so young. It's like, what do they have?
They ain't got Peggy. They don't like her. Well, I know the little boy probably don't like her.
I wonder what's going on. I think those kids I feel so sorry for the kids because they lost their mom, they lost their dad, then years later they lost their uncle. It's just like every milestone of their life, they've lost someone that meant something to them. And I hate it for them. I really do. But having these kids get up here, having this baby get up here to try to bash Karen is crazy. If you really look at it, they lost her too. This was someone here helping them. They lost her too. I hate it.
So do you think Jen McCabe is straightening her hair once a week, taking her to get her nails done, getting her hair fixed, buying her expensive sweaters?
You know she not, Miss Sheila. Jen trying to
Or they
stay.
told her, get up there and say that and our payday gonna be big and you can get anything you want.
Jen McCabe is staying far away from the O'Keefe family. Far away.
I
Far
don't think
away.
she is.
You don't think so?
I don't think she is. I don't care if she got a WhatsApp phone number. She contacting them some kind of way.
She might be. I don't know. I don't know if I'm that family. Just stay your ass away from me.
Yeah, that whole dynamic is a little bit crazy. I need to hear Turtle Boy hear what he have to say about that little testimony she gave.
I'm gonna have to go look, Miss. I'm gonna go see if they said not even a Dunkin' trip, and then said they on that Signal app. I'm gonna ask somebody else about Miss Sheila. They said not even a Dunkin'
Okay.
trip. Hey, friend.
Hey, can you? Hey, Mel. Hi, chat. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. We can.
Okay.
What's
You
going
said
on?
so. I wanted to tap in from a human development perspective. So I work in education. Used to be a classroom teacher. Still work in education. I taught middle school. And so, with the time of this girl's age, I feel like it is so common that if you were in a situation where you got Uncle Daddy John and, it's a boy and a girl that he's taking care of, I'm sure for Kaylee, she was daddy's little girl, little princess. And when a woman come in and start getting that attention or taking that attention away, she's long term. I understand at that age that it's gonna be a rub for a teen. It's like, okay, I may like what she's doing for me. I like, having a little gal pal, but I also miss my daddy uncle. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. So
Okay.
that was my thought.
You think that there may have been some form of jealousy because she now that like that this woman has stepped into their niece, uncle, daddy, uncle time.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that because she's lost people, so she's probably holding people that she has closer.
Real close. And I don't even think I wouldn't call it jealousy with a child because, like, I don't even think they know enough to know
Yeah.
that they're being jealous on purpose. But I think it can be triggering. Like you said, like, am I gonna lose somebody else? Like, if he's spending more time with this woman, then am I gonna suffer a loss again, in that sense?
Oh wow. I can see that. I can see that, especially with a young child. I can really see that.
But do you think with her testifying like this, she's really losing Karen more so in the long run than what she thinks?
I think, Miss Sheila, that in a situation like this where it's been time, and again, in these formative years of her life, children are very easily manipulated in this sense. Because I'm sure she's sad, hurt, done lost her uncle, and she's surrounded by these people who obviously want Karen to be the bad guy. So it does not surprise me at all that she has taken on that persona, even though it's misplaced. Like, she's like, well, my uncle is gone and I ain't got nothing to lose now. Like, at least I want to see some justice. She sounded a lot like Peggy to me, to be honest.
I think so too. I someone said that in the chat. It's giving Peggy.
Yeah, it sounded a lot like Peggy to me.
It does too. I agree with that. Hey Yates. Okay.
Hey
Okay.
man, how dad doing?
Oh.
Cute.
How
Okay.
dad?
Huh?
How's dad?
I don't know. I've not gotten an update from my stepmom yet. Someone just said Yates answer Erica's questions. What was Erica's question? Thank you. Let's see. So I'm trying to read the comments. I don't know. I feel bad for her because now she's a junior in high school. She was 14 at the time. I feel bad for her. I think that I don't think she has her own opinion anymore. And I think even if it is her own opinion, I think that it has been influenced enough by who she's around. That child, because she is a child, has gone through a lot.
Yeah.
She lost both of her parents in a very, very short period of time. Now she lost the one person, and in reality, she's lost both. Because I think that she did like Karen, and
Me too.
now I don't know if it's a coping mechanism of both of them are gone from my life forever. One is gone from this earth.
They think she did this. I have to hate her.
And not even that she has to hate her, just I have to do this for self-preservation. She's gone from even if she's found not guilty, there's no one around me who is going to let her be in my life again.
Mm-hmm.
So I have essentially lost both of them completely. And so it may just be a coping mechanism of she's never going to be back in my life. I need to distance myself. I don't want to call her Karen because that person's never going to be in my life again.
I think Yates, I think people do like that is very common in human development. Like and if you to kind of bring home maybe something that's closer, if you've never lost a relative, like let's say you had a bad romantic breakup, and I've seen the further away people get from the time of that breakup, the more you want to highlight the bad things so that you keep yourself from going back. It's like, okay, I need to preserve, so I'm gonna highlight the negative to keep myself from trying to like sink back into old habits. And with what you're saying, Yates, because she don't have a choice, she cannot go back to Karen. It makes sense that she needs to paint her as the bad guy.
That might be what we're seeing. Because I can't believe that it's like, oh, she was closer to my brother than me. One, Karen is the woman. And you taking her to get your hair done. We're doing all of these girly things together that John can't do with you. She had to have some sort of love, like for you or something. She's taking her time out to do those things.
And I think it's just
Now I have a question. Do y'all think that Karen knew about the boyfriend and John didn't know about it?
The
Because
girl,
I doubt if John would even let her date.
Probably not.
Oh, the breakup that she had.
Yeah, I don't think that John knew she had a boyfriend. I think Karen knew she had a boyfriend. But John didn't know it. If John was strict as she say, John was strict about some Dunkin' Donuts. Just imagine how he would act if he found out she had a boyfriend.
Well, and I think her saying, like, she was always louder than John. Again,
yeah, that was
the argument. The arguments were in the house, so I could see why he may be a little bit more reserved with arguments in the house. And she's like, "No, we're gonna have this argument. We're gonna fight. I don't care who's gonna hear this because you're being just as shitty."
Well, that's spoken from a person who doesn't have kids. I make a habit not to argue in front of my kids.
Exactly.
They have kids, so that makes sense to me. It tracks.
And that's especially at that age. They understand everything. It's not like they're at an age where they don't understand. I mean, they were at very impressionable ages.
Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. You're up now, Em. I try to make a pause when I'm bringing somebody else up, but now you're up. Hey, Em.
Hey.
How
I'm
are
sorry,
you?
my voice. I have been waiting for the day to come and talk. Get up on here because I'm from the area.
Okay.
Listen, I got the T. I have the TE. So I'm not going to. So I am about an hour from the area where I grew up, but I went to college about 2 towns over from Canton. Canton.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Do we...
Did we lose? Can you?
We can kind of hear it's going. Your phone's going in and out.
I'm about to order coffee. Sorry, y'all.
While she's figuring out that audio, Mel, do we know
Okay.
anything? Oh, is she back? You
Go
back,
ahead.
Mel?
Go ahead, Black Sheep.
do we know anything about the dating history of John, like
Yes.
prior to Karen? And,
Oh,
and
we
I
do.
ask because I'm wondering what Kaylee's experience was with John's previous girlfriends, and
Hmm.
if she was always kind of like, I don't want another woman to show up, and I was probably, I would say probably 10 years old when my mom got remarried. And until she married the person that she married, I assumed that whoever she was dating was not going to stay around. So I'm
Oh,
kind of like, I don't
damn, boy.
want you here. I did, and again, but it's
No,
because
that's
like
so true.
what Yates was saying, like I've already as a child, I see it impacts me negatively when people come and go in
Yeah.
your life. I cannot afford to hope that everybody that come through that door stays. I can't emotionally afford that.
I get that.
And so I
Um,
wonder what her history was with other people versus Karen.
I
Black
think
Sheep,
that's
I
a good
think you're
point.
so right on that one. Because think about it, her parents died when she was 6. And now she's
Oh
so John
wow.
was so you have to understand they were 3 and 6 when the parents died. So because the parents died within the same year. The dad died 6 months later. So John has been her only like male and kind Mr. Mom, I would say. So I think
Mm-hmm.
any woman that would go into his life, she was going to be jealous because that's taking time away from her. It seems like John hadn't really had any people as serious as Karen, unless you want to
Mm-hmm.
go back 25 years to Tara Kerrigan, who show up on the O'Keefe side wearing his badge number on a necklace. That's a whole other. She crazy. Um, that's a whole other situation. But no, I think no one had gotten that close and as caring as much to her as Karen did. And I think that almost probably struck something in her, like subconsciously, like jealousy or like she didn't understand the love, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I feel that, because I think it does. It requires a different part of a child to say, "Oh, this one is gonna stay around." Like I had really come to terms with the fact that maybe I was never gonna have a mom figure. Now I don't really know how to be a daughter to a woman. Like
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Poor baby.
Exact.
Like,
And you have to think about, oh, she
no, go
was in,
ahead.
I was just going to say, she was in middle school too. So the age, and her brother is still in elementary school. Those are two different, completely different ages that I feel like that was definitely why she was able to connect to the brother more.
Mm.
But I don't believe that though. I just
But I
don't.
also,
The whole like, oh, she would. I think she liked my brother more or pay more attention to him.
Mm-hmm.
They listed all of this stuff that Karen did, right? Think of me as a mom. These are all the things that when I do with my daughter, I consider them bonding moments. When I'm
Mm-hmm.
doing my daughter's hair, baby, we're talking about school, what's going on in your life. We're talking about clothes. We're doing all of these things. Think of her sitting down having to straighten her hair once a week. That's a catch up moment. That's catch up time. What's going on in school? What happened to that boy I saw you with? So I'm just not buying that Karen was this cold to her. You don't do all of these things if you are like you don't if you don't really mess with the kid, you're not doing all of those things because they're intimate moments. That's the word I was looking for.
Mel,
Mm.
look at Brianna's comment. Me and my horse are about to go needlepoint. Okay, I had to get a latte first. Thank you very much.
Yates, you miss Key coming. She said, you see how Yates leave Duke and Georgia at home, get pretty and go on a date. You go do the same."
Here's the deal. I took the day off of work. I said it's the last Atlanta needlepoint like Stitch Club meeting for the summer, and I was like, I'm gonna go up to Atlanta. I'm going to go needlepoint to my fucking heart's desire and drink some coffee.
Wait, did you come? Are you meeting people here, or you just came to Atlanta to needlepoint?
I just came to needlepoint. I met one.
Out. I got
I
to
met
get out, Nate.
I'm at one of the needlepoint stores. I think I'm gonna go to Trader Joe's.
She making me look real bad right now. She just done drove all the way to Atlanta, damn needlepoint, and got cute.
And well, because the theme of the Stitch Club tonight is garden party, so I figured a nap dress
Oh,
was
you really are going somewhere too.
well, yeah, at the needlepoint store. It's Stitch Club.
That's so cute.
But
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
check it out.
let me. I was gonna show you my shoes. Where the hell is? Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
I did. I wore. Wearing cute tennis shoes.
I can't even see them, child. I see nothing but your dress.
Well,
I
whatever.
just see. I only saw your dress. That's my meanwhile Mel don't even go outside, girl. Oh Lord Jesus, she done made me look bad here. I'm gonna have to go to church or something.
You ain't got no hobbies, Mel. What you be doing, girl?
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
I really am. I hope that this summer that I can be more active and get back outside. It's just I just feel like my spirit just wasn't there. I hate putting on clothes now. I hate going out. I hate
Oh,
doing
Mel, same. But this, I was like, I have to. It's been a good way to meet new people and like get a new hobby, meet other people, and I like coming up to Atlanta occasionally. So
I think I've met
we
over
can we can
200.
go do something.
I
I'm over.
met over 200 people.
I think I'm
Girl,
in.
get out of here, Mel. Get
Mel,
out of here.
how far are you from Midtown?
Oh, yes, I'm only like 20 minutes or so.
Because
What time is Garden Club? I mean Stitch Club.
I don't know. I mean, it goes until 7:30, but I mean, I'm gonna wander to Trader Joe's in Midtown at some point.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see what's happening after we get off of live. And if you want to grab something,
Yeah,
we
for sure.
can
Because I've got
at least take her out.
Right, Yates, get our host out the house.
You know,
you said Yates don't get your house.
oh, I'm not. I won't. But
I'm gonna at least see where she is when I get off of live, and we're gonna
here's
figure it out.
here's the deal. At least y'all know that I don't change myself for live. You guys make fun of me, and I still get my ass dressed up to come to your point.
Yes, come needlepoint. I love to see it. She said.
I know she's not Erica, but I'm gonna try. I know.
Somebody, we need proof if you go, Mia. I'm gonna post a picture if I go. We're gonna see. We're gonna, you know.
You don't want to? No, just come meet me.
I said that. I think I can make that happen.
And Mel, it don't need to be on that damn story either. Put it on the grid so we can proof of life, proof of contact. I don't want it disappearing.
Yates, they talking about we with a red lip. You about to go do one.
Oh.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, just a second. Hold on,
Okay,
lady told me to go look
here's the
at
deal.
the updates. Go ahead.
Needlepoint people, they've got money, and I don't, so I can't look
Oh.
raggedy as fuck. Okay.
I know that's right. You look cute, friend.
Thank you.
It's not about what you got; it's how you put it on, baby.
Yates said she put that shit on today. I see it.
Not put this shit on. Hold up. I'm gonna have to see. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out. I gotta catch up on the Diddy updates. Why she keep
Thank you.
you?
What time do they come back from break, Mel?
About 150.
Oh, okay, we got time.
Oh,
About
so
150.
did you hear the part where I said I went to college like a town or two over from Canton?
No, and what was going on in college?
I don't want to say what college I went to just for like.
You don't
I
have
mean,
to.
Oh,
just
we did I say that?
but
Did I ask you where?
no, you didn't. No, you didn't. But
Okay, friend. I had messed up.
no. You're fine. So Canton is very much upper middle class and up type of suburb of Boston type of town. This is corruption city. It is majority white people. It is everyone knows everyone. If you get pulled over, oh, I know your daddy type of stuff. It is quite literally that. Quite literally that. And so no, that's why none of like this is definitely true. Like it's the corruption is there. Like you can't tell me it's not. But what's crazy is imagine if this was someone who wasn't like they do this to a white middle-aged woman. Imagine if she wasn't.
I know. I looked up them demographics in Canton during jury selection. I said, "Oh,
And I'm not saying no, and Canton, the worst part is like Canton is actually like a great town too. Like it's such a nice area, but this is where that kind of like corruption breeds. But you cannot tell me. So being from up there and just that area, and even Massachusetts in general, like cops bend over backwards for other cops. When a cop dies, I have come from a family of cops. When when a police officer dies, the whole world shuts down.
It's
Everyone
everywhere.
is
That's
the
not just
whole
Canton,
entire
that's
department
everywhere.
is code red, like everyone stops what they're doing. Everyone. The fact that they treated this like they did speaks volumes. Volumes. They didn't even go to his funeral.
so what do you
But
think
they also like
made?"
when that happens, everything would be shut down. Like people would be in distress. Like and that clearly didn't happen. So that's a huge issue, I think. Like why?
Because they hated that man.
Can we talk about why? Like, I have my thoughts and theories, but like, why do y'all think that John was so far outside of the police culture for them? Because they seem like they don't give a damn whether he lived or died. Girl, man, it's wrong.
I think I have been holding it. I'm sorry, but like, so someone sent me a clip from the Rafferty who just stepped down. They sent me a clip of her, and she was saying that he reported some type of drug use in his neighborhood. They like that's true. That's not a rumor. She said it was true, but I said I need to see the full clip. And if I can see the full clip of what she said, I need to get the context because if you got something that big, why would you only give me 15 seconds of it?
You're saying JOK reported some drug use?
In his neighborhood.
Okay.
Who lived in his neighborhood.
So this is where the whole idea of he dry snitched on Colin Albert comes from.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm running into the needlepoint store. I'll be back.
Alice, I couldn't remember. Okay. I couldn't remember Alice. I couldn't remember who said it. But Alice said it. Yeah, I'm getting Alice knows I'm getting shit all the time. But Alice sent it to me, and it was. But what did we say, Alice? This too short of a clip. This is too short of a clip. It's too short of a clip for me to really. I can't really form an opinion, but I will say that little piece made me. She said that did happen. I did at least hear that.
Okay, hold on. Let's put some pieces together because I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, so is Karen in with the police through John, or
what do you mean in with the police?
Like, I don't understand why all these people were on vacation and stuff together if John was an outsider. How does this happen? If John is naturally an outsider, how did Karen pull her and John into a police situation, like a social situation, multiple times? You know, they're going drinking together, they're at the bar together, they're in Aruba together. Like, if they didn't fuck with him back then, why is all of this happening? Or did it literally change after the reporting thing? I think is what I'm trying to figure out.
I got you now. But I think, well, John had been in that neighborhood. Remember, everyone knew who he was. They all knew the story of him, his sister, his brother-in-law. Everybody loved him. He had a story that everybody knew in Canton. It's a small town. Everybody knew about the guy, the police officer who took his niece and nephew in. Everybody knew.
Yeah.
So he was, again, I do not think this was Well, I don't know. Could be, but I just personally thought that his death was an accident.
Okay, I'm gonna keep.
Now, if it was something, you got them upset. I don't think he was an outsider, and I do think it was an accident for him. I think he was accidentally murdered. I don't think, and Karen, remember this, if we're gonna go outsider, Karen is really who was the outsider, not John.
That's why I'm a little confused, because it seems like, and maybe it's just because this is the eyes through her case, but it seems like she was the one initiating all of this gathering.
I don't get that.
You don't get that? Okay.
Think about Aruba, that she may have started, she ended up coordinating it, but it wasn't the trip. It was the Sullivan sisters trip. They take it every year. It was their trip. They invited John. John hooked them up with my girlfriend. She's going to be doing everything, right? That's how that happened. When it came to going out, she was talked to Carrie, but remember, she didn't even have Jen's number.
Okay.
Jen's number. So of course she's with John. People know her. They may have exchanged numbers, but she was more of the outsider than John was.
Okay, so then I'm gonna ask this question. Do you think, because like in the text messages, it sounds like John is very emotionally immature or emotionally avoidant. Do you think he was up in this group with these people being disliked this whole time and never knew? And I ask because I have heard more women say everybody loved John. I don't know if I've ever heard a police officer say, I was so endeared by his story. He was such a good father. I'm so glad he took those kids in. I don't know if I've ever heard that. And if I missed it, I'm open to that. But it seems to me like the women loved John, and John was just was aloof. And I could see all the men in Canton hating him this entire time and him never playing with that, playing into that.
That could be true, but I will say that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, everybody, we knew him. We were friendly. Like everybody uses this word friendly. I still don't know what the hell that is, but they were friendly. Everybody, I think there may be some truth to what you're saying about the men and how they felt about him. But when those men testified, they were friendly. But I'm going to go back to, they didn't like him enough to go out there and save his life. They didn't like him enough to find out what happened. So there's that too.
And I would even take that a step further, though. Like, if you got men, especially these hyper masculine machismo, like, I just assume that a lot of these men became police officers for the power. And if you have all this power, but John got all the hoes, I do not like. It seems like all your wives would prefer John to be their husband.
I don't know. They had
just
a whole black sheep. I can't go with that one.
You said say that again?
John got around.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think those police officers ever fucked with him like that.
Well,
I just don't think they did.
Lizzie just put this down here. She said Black Sheep is kind of confused. That group of cops was not his main friend group. And maybe that's what they weren't. They weren't. Remember when they went out, he'd never even been to 34 Fairview. He worked in the same police department as Brian Albert, but they didn't really know each other. They knew of each other, but not really friends. So that is true.
That's helpful. I think that's helpful. Thank you, Lizzie, because I felt like he was buddy, but not really.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
Got it.
Can I say something else? When this trial, and I saw it maybe on X or something, when Brian Higgins was leaving the bar, do you guys remember Chris Albert kind of aggressively pulling at his arm? Like he was stopping him from doing something? That did to me look like he felt like he was fired up about something and he was looking towards John's way. Do you guys remember seeing that?
I know I didn't see it in the clip, but I heard whoever was on Cross or Direct say that.
I saw it again on X, and when I saw it this go around, I was like, damn, I'm like, that does look like he's feeling some way. Like he wanted to go, like maybe they had been arguing or maybe some words were exchanged. He, like, the way the man was yanking on his arm, like he was saying, no, don't do that. Get back over here. I don't know. That gave some perspective for me. What are you doing all that for?
Jackson really like dug into some like really small social cues on the waterfall video. And I was kind of like, I was reluctant at the time because the video is grainy and all of that. And I didn't want to become conspiracy McGee. But I get it. I mean, he ain't saying nothing. They're reasonable, logical assumptions. If what he's saying, they saying they're looking over at the bar. Who's over there? John. Like, I never would have caught that myself, but maybe that's why he a lawyer and I'm not.
Maybe so. I swear that right there, that shocked me. She said, girl, when I went to Waterfall, the bar is so small. It looks small. So if Brian Higgins was yelling at John, someone definitely would have heard. Chris Albert Def pulled his arm back to stop him. What was he stopping him from? It looked aggressive. It looked aggressive. It looked aggressive, and it's no other way around it. It looked aggressive.
Mel, do you remember somebody bringing up, and it was in passing, like early in the trial, that Jen had stepped outside with Karen and tried to get Karen to ride with her to 34. What do we think that was for?
I don't know. And again, when I answer this, I'm answering this of the mindset that they were not trying to do anything to John. But I don't understand why I need to ride with you and your husband, or when she's saying you ride with me, my husband, or ride with John. I don't know what that was about. I didn't read too much into it. Now, if you were to go with people who think that he was lured there, then maybe she was trying to get them in separate cars. Who knows?
That's how I felt. But again,
do you think Karen, like, what did Karen tell her attorneys about their ride over to 34 Fairview? Was she saying something about Brian? And I only asked that because is it just strategy that they're saying Higgins wanted Karen, or did John tell Karen something in that car that led her to believe he had words with Higgins at the second one?
Ooh, okay. And that's it'll never come into this trial because of attorney-client privilege. But if they know, then okay, I see.
Angle. And what we do know, he is saying, look at all the stuff that he's pointing out. Now, I mean, this could just be strategy. AJ, this could totally be strategy. But did Karen say, on the way to the car, John told me he confronted Brian Higgins?
Which would never, unless Karen testifies, will never come into play.
And I haven't heard her say it on an interview.
I don't think she should. Like, I think that is something you could never say on an interview.
Yeah.
If it's a turn, if only you, because the other person did, if only you and your attorney know that, you cannot say that on no interview.
I don't know. I don't see why it would hurt her. I don't feel like it. I don't see why it would hurt her. I don't see why it would hurt her, though. If she were to say it. If she were to say, I think we only got like 10 minutes, so I'm gonna let you down, and I'm gonna read y'all the transcript from Diddy, so we can.
All right.
There.
Thank you. See you.
Okay, y'all. Okay, let's go. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Child, they said not they wanted John at a freak off. Not they wanted John at a freak off. Thank you, pretty. hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find where we stopped at last time. Hold on. Where did we stop? I think we stopped about the sores in her mouth. We read about the Ambien. We stopped at the sores. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. Whoever was guessing why she had sores in her mouth, you guys are right. Did we miss it? Okay. So the AUSA says, what sores? And Cassie says, friction in my mouth. AUSA says, from what? She says, oral sex. I just can't believe sweet little Cassie was getting done like this, Jesus. AUSA says, you said another UTI, then a sad face emoji. Cassie says, I was open with him about it. AUSA says, you feel sick? And then Cassie says, why are you sorry? She said, I took the blame for things. AUSA says, which escort would go to sex clubs with you and Sean? Cassie says, Jules. AUSA, the escort from the Intercontinental in LA? She said, yes. Well, I don't think it was how hard. I think it was how much, Erica. So, AUSA, did you want to have sex with Jules ever? Cassie says, no. Knowing the laugh is crazy. She said, but I knew him. AUSA, why did you do it? Cassie says, Sean. AUSA, who was present with Sean will put his hands on you at the freak-offs? Cassie says, sometimes the escort was there too. AUSA, in the same room? Cassie, yes. Jules. AUSA, and in the suite? Cassie, yes. AUSA, were they aware? Defense objection. Judge overruled. AUSA, yes. Well, that's Cassie. Cassie, the escorts would ask me if I was okay afterward. The AUSA, in what cities did he put his hands on you? Cassie, New York, LA, Miami. AUSA, how frequently? Cassie, too frequently. AUSA, to the what's the Abbey? Cassie said it's a gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. Still is doing the objections, Erin says. Where were you going? Cassie, to a music festival. They showed her a picture. To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into a bed frame. AUSA shows her another picture. What's this? She says, a photo of my eye afterward. The AUSA says, who took you to the doctor? D-Rock. And let me show y'all who D-Rock is because I did Google. I keep hearing his name. This is one of Diddy's longtime friends. This is D-Rock. So when you hear D-Rock associated with this person. Bye, Nurse K. Okay. Did you send this photo to Sean? She says, yes. And I wrote, so you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it at least. AUSA, in this photo, where were you? Cassie, in the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. God damn, the Hamptons ain't even safe, y'all. Cassie says Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. God damn, that girl ain't getting no goddamn rest. I'm talking about that girl ain't getting no rest. He done just beat her up. She had to do a movie premiere, had to wear her hair over her eye. And that man said, get up, we going to the Hamptons. I mean, the girl didn't get no rest, Jesus. So they got a hotel and an escort. Which one? Cassie said Dave. She said Dave. I took GHB. She said she went into a G-hole. This must be some drug talk, okay? A G-hole. I said, what's that? She said she blacked out. She woke up naked in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. She said it wasn't pretty. AUSA, then what? Cassie said, I spoke to a friend of Sean's. Who's the friend? And then we had a freak. What the fuck? Did y'all hear what I just said? That girl broke out. Thank you, Marina. That girl blacked out. They thought she was dying. Bring her back to life just to say, okay, we back on biz. We back there. We back on schedule. What is this? She said, my eyebrow healed up a little bit. A week later, I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. He said, what's this? She said, me at the Canes Festival. What happened at Canes? Sean accused, now this is some crazy shit here. Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. What the This man is insane. He accused her of taking drugs from his boat, threw her off the damn boat, but her passport was still on the boat. Something's wrong. Maybe he bipolar or something. He might have something else going on with him as well. Threw her off the boat. They said, were you on the red carpet that same night? All that happened, and she got on the red carpet after that. No, Mikhail, she's saying I'm telling you what the lady said. She said, hold up. She said she took GHB, went into a G-hole and blacked out. I thought I took that to mean, Mikhail, I see what you're saying, but I took it to mean she took too much of the drugs. Okay. So they asked her about this. She got on the red carpet still. Did you attend the movie? She did. How did you get back to New York? She said on a commercial flight. She traded her seat to get away from him. But this bastard traded his to sit next to her. Baby, that would have pissed me off bad. She blacked out by G-hole. Oh, God. Something's wrong with this man. Okay. So after that, she said, what did he show you on the flight? Okay, remember he done beat her up, right? He done dragged her around doing freak offs. She did a movie premiere. She switched her seat on the flight so she wouldn't have to sit by him. He sits by her. Look what he do, y'all. Show her freak out videos of herself and said, keep playing with me. I'm gonna release it. Keep playing with me and I'm going to release it. Hold up, y'all. Keep playing with me and I'm going to release this. Okay. Let me make sure I'm caught up today. We caught up on the live. How did you feel when he showed you that? She said, I felt trapped. When you landed in New York, what did you do? We went to dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. God damn it. So we had a freak off. Y'all, the lady don't get no damn rest. Do you hear me? The lady gets no rest. Just think she went through this shit for, let's say, at least 9.5 years. He probably gave her 6 months. They said, why did you do it? She said, to make him not threaten me. Jasmine, she's putting it out there. Let's read these from June 13, 2013. Has Sean been violent with you before this? Cassie says yes. Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs? She said yes. You said you needed GHB. Cassie says yes. And that 2 escorts not available. I wrote, only Paul available or Jake, the white guy. But he can't do it until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. AUSA says, what did you mean? The freak offs. AUSA, what is SLS? Cassie says it's a hotel in Hollywood. When you would take Valium before a freak off. No, when would you? She says, when I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium, and it was Raheem, I think. Jurors go to lunch. Okay. The defense says we just heard this morning about videos on his devices, so this is relevant. AUSA, we can agree to more, something less than the 10 pages. And now, I don't know who Hecker Fink is, known as Mia, he says there's a jury instruction about the victims. Baby, okay. Hecker Fink lawyer, Mia would have taken this to her grave. Damn. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain, what she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. Judge, we are trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say. Anything else? Okay, that would be acceptable. So the lawyer says, I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it, then ask me, did I forget something? She's worried. So it sounds like the witnesses are scared. They're in front of this man. No, Nicole, I did not hear that. So sounds like there's a witness, Miss Mia, in here, and she's feeling away. Is Mia the one who got into it with Miami? It's Mia. It's Mia's not the one who got into it with Miami, is it? So they're printing out binders, guys. That's our catch up with Diddy. That's Gina. Okay, that's Gina. Thank you, Key. I don't even know, and I hate this, man. I hate that this happened to Cassie. I don't care whether she was complicit or not. It does not sound like, I don't know. It's sick. This is just too much. Even if he were to get off, I don't see how you look at him the same. He could never sell anything for me. I mean, there's not a company he could have I'd buy something from. I don't even know. I don't know if Carisha's going to testify. I know she was named in one of those lawsuits. I just hate that. I hate that it happened to both of them. Aaron said, Mr. Dennis said a juror tried to be excused. Baby, they said this is too much. You know, Khalees, I was having this discussion. How do you separate your father, who you've known, from the man that you're hearing about right now? How do you separate the two? And you know, now you have to wonder, Chance, your mama's still alive. Justin, your mother is still alive. Did you guys endure this too? This it's not something he just did with Cassie. We can't sit here and believe that. Somebody in the chat was talking about they have a video of Kim with another woman and Diddy watching. So you know, you have to know this is something that he did on a regular basis. I don't remember that, Kendra. Hold on, y'all. I think we're back.
questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I didn't mean to display it.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay.
separate
Fine. I'll just hit it here.
packages after it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please?
I just remember her face. She was like, yes. She kept looking at the jury. I remember this.
Thank you. This is
foolish.
Photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Terrible.
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. You can look at the first one. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes,
Thank
it is.
you for the
Second
super
photograph,
chat,
please.
Kendra.
Yes.
Kendra, we'll probably probably. I'll be on TikTok till like today after we're done here. Come on over there because we had like a 2.5-hour panel last night. So after I do my videos about all of the updates from today, come over there and then we'll do a big update. A panel, have people up to talk about Diddy. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll move these 2 photographs to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right,
Baby John O'Keefe is pissed. They were a 15-minute video of Diddy talk too. So I'm sure I have some clips of it.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If you could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we can next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please?
I can't say it.
Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown
Yep.
stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
No crosshead then. No
In this
cross.
particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
Okay, there we go.
In that scraping
I don't know what
process,
happened.
did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
Hey, Tally.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
Thank you
I'm going to
for
ask
the
you one more
super
time
chat.
that number.
7-18.18.
And that's
Thank
the
you,
debris that
Tally.
you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
And does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Ash, I didn't know what you were talking about. Then I scrolled up and saw Key being messy. I was surely promoted. Oh, here come Alessi. Here we go, guys. Here's Cross.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant to
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please.
Okay.
Y'all look at her little face. Her face never changes. Sassy, that's what they said, but I didn't hear it.
In your honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation to offer that evidence. Next.
He's talking about, I love this chat and mail, of course. Y'all my kind of messy. They too messy, Heather. Thank you for the super chat. They're too messy in this chat, Heather.
Exhibit 154.
In your honor, if I could just show Mr. Ward this to make this more efficient for the last one.
Too messy, Heather. Trent Sisters is crazy. Let me leave these Trent Sisters alone.
Thank you for that
Get off
opportunity,
the
Your
line.
Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness.
I didn't hear these of this.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's just all I'm saying. I can't support my cousin. I said it's more like my little brother because I'm older than him.
Unless I may approach for the witness. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Alice, don't join in on this foolishness. Don't join in on this foolishness. Hey, Hallie.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
She answered the question.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you've stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
Look how she answered.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on the person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly.
Right.
Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please, before Bev have a stroke.
Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining.
No
in that
blood.
area, so that's correct.
No blood on this car, y'all.
What I'd like to do now is to
No blood.
talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle.
No blood anywhere.
You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29 of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading
No, Kika.
of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware of that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
Right.
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I would call it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
I know that's right, girl.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
Oh, this is good.
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which
the shirt
red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
Nope.
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
Nope.
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
Nope.
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to the
Campbell, great question.
to your officer lab.
Correct.
Anna, she does. It's never changing. I don't care
DNA
who's
testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
What?
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why she didn't test it?
You testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sally Port location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
to my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
Who was it?
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear.
I love when people do that. My fault.
Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe,
the
I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse
What'd you
me.
see?
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
Yeah.
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up?
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Yeah, what video she talking about? I
With your
kind of
Honor's
tuned it out. What is she talking about?
Thank you. We have up on
What
the
video?
screens, and
That's
I
it.
know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the
I
tail
asked
light
it.
at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
No blood.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Thank you.
I think I was probably zoned out.
In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage, if there was an external area it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
But let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
Miss Sheila, they'd have to put it on my credit.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present if there was DNA present on that swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
Okay, they're not gonna risk it.
But again, on the inside, because
No,
you
Cap,
didn't
just been a
swab
boring day.
inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight.
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all.
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to
Casey, I don't
what is
get it.
sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium from what I just did? Okay.
Sustained without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on
Gene,
the
I
surface?
don't know.
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Her face ain't changed one bit.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence, and I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist too.
title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, right?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133.
Okay.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
Tia, I have a lot to update as soon as I get off. I'm going to say like 8.
With Your Honor's permission, if Mr.
I got a
Woke,
lot to
you could
update.
zoom in
A lot to do. Tory
on
Lanez, this, it's a lot.
the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
With your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't put that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question.
Not Alessi. Not Alessi acting like
And then if I could just
AJ.
see the other sticker, please.
AJ, I mean Alessi.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct.
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yeah.
picking up?
So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back
That's
to
it. He was good for her. He was really
none
good
of
for her.
these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
I swear she is, Ash.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolf on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
What video?
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolf, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Oh, this the video.
Ms. Hartnett,
He is far.
there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the lift gate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help.
Yeah,
And
we're
again, this is
listed
in
going right here.
Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolf, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah, where's
Thank
he going?
If you could wait, Mr. Wolf, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolf, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolf, without overly accelerating all that's happening.
She got to get off that stand. Commonwealth, they're having a hard time this go around. Let me move this, y'all. I'm sorry.
And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So, that occurs on January
I want to know that
29th.
too, Merch.
You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
How do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
This is
Yes,
good.
that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
This is good.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled,
come on,
about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass
come on,
appeared on the bumper?
come on.
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Sustained.
This is good.
Do
Look
you
at
know
her.
the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top
How the hell
title in the
that card
center,
get
is
there?
to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date, and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
Y'all, wait a minute. Now he done turned into the weatherman, Shanda.
And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. That.
What's wrong with the detain?
So this is these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. We talked you talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
What did he do? He leading up to it.
In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles
Maybe so, Aaron,
and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood.
Yo, he got
Have you
pissed.
ever had experience
He is
with
pissed.
analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface,
He nailed
and
that one.
correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Baby, he is pissed.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it's easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It wasn't frozen
It
on
in
the
fact
car.
wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found
I love this.
This apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, I don't, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
okay,
correct.
Very good. And that's the apparent hair?
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Now, y'all didn't watch the first trial. Y'all know it moving.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
Y'all remember this? It went to a C. It was straight, then it went to a C. Like she probably said, "What is this?" Picked it up and then put it back down. Jasmine.
Would that be helpful? We zoom and get side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first.
That ain't different angles, my girl.
Is that where you want it?
My girl.
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes.
Exactly.
And you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a
Yes.
question.
Bam.
So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across. Like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
That's not the same, baby. It's not the same.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I don't think, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
Something happened, but it moved.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
It's 3:50. Y'all know, yeah, now y'all knew this was coming. Y'all knew this was coming. I think T-Fran and Kate, somebody said, what's the significance of this hair? Well, first of all, it's the only thing that it's a piece of hair from John O'Keefe, right? I don't think it's that important because it was his girlfriend's car. What I do find important is that they tested it. It didn't look like it was pulled from the scalp or anything like that. So that's important. And now, if we're going to go with the fact that it traveled all of this distance and it remained on the car, could have been frozen, as some people said. It traveled all of this distance. Again, it goes to their collection of evidence because those two frames look different. Why do they look different? Did you move the hair in any way before you took this picture again? So again, just talking about how they collect evidence and the things that they do. That's it. That's, to me, that's more so what it speaks to. John was her boyfriend. His hair was going to be on. It could have been in and around that car. That was her boyfriend. But it's one single strand of hair that wasn't pulled from his root. Hell, it could have been on his clothes, anything, right? It could have been anywhere. And the fact that it stayed on that vehicle after they traveled, 60 miles? After they traveled 60 miles, it stayed. So just more reasonable doubt. That's it. Lauren said, obvious planting of evidence. Then we could go there. How did the hair get there? Not only is the hair there, you're taking pictures and it looks different. So then there's that. It is 3:52. Now, I know y'all didn't think Bev was going to let him really go till 4 o'clock. She really called them up to the bench at 3:50. She called them up at 3:50. Lynn, not that one. I don't know why that's their only DNA evidence, that piece of hair. That's it. Forrest, I agree with this. They should have had crime scene from the get-go. As soon as they pulled it into the Sally Port, they should have been waiting. Mr.
Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
She looks pissed. She looks pissed. She like, Let's talk about it, Paris.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone.
Good place to break.
Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Okay, y'all. So because we are having WTF Wednesdays tonight, focused more so on not Karen Reed, because we do that on Wind Down Fridays, but on the Diddy trial, Tory Lanez, DDG, those type of things. We will have it tonight. I'm not going to do my recap because I wanted to read some more stuff. I'm going to get off so I can do my videos. So I'll be ready for WTF. So if any of you, if you're free tonight, join us. I got to get the flyer. I don't know if it's 8 or 9, and I don't want to misspeak on here. But we will be on, hopefully get some perspective on the law regarding what's going on in the Diddy case. But it'll be on my page, Kayla's page, Miss Jefferson's page. So come back and join us. I, again, don't want to go over the Diddy stuff because I don't want y'all to hear it twice. It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. Alice, I had to cancel my TikTok live because of the WTF. So I don't want to talk. I didn't want to talk both. But we might just be on there afterwards. I didn't want to do both of them. That's why I wanted to make sure of what we were doing today. Yeah, I didn't want to do them both. And then we double talking about stuff that I know that's kind of annoying and crazy. But I will see you guys. I believe it's 8. I'll post it on my TikTok story and my Insta story, and I have it on X as well once they give me the time. Yes, Aaron, once they give me the time. But thank you guys so much for all of the super chats, the likes, the comments, everything. I appreciate it. Yes, it'll be over here on YouTube. And I'll have mine streaming as well. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you guys so much. I will see you all later. Maybe catch y'all in some comments later. Bye, everybody. See you later.